I didn't realize. What the hell? How you guys doing this morning? Good morning. Good morning. Big chillin'? Yeah. Country morning? Yeah. No, listening last night. I listen to so much metal and rock on stream. In the evenings, or when I'm driving, I'm usually listening to something else. Uh, oh, good morning, chat. Good fucking morning. What? I'd say I do that media share shit. I keep forgetting. Did I forget to put 2 fucking crops down last night? What the hell? Oh, what's up, Aldios? Morning. See, we're at 49 contribution. Oh, 50. $51. Another 2 contribution points. And we are getting our route to Sakraya back. Need Algier, Al Naha, and then we're there. Get underwater back before they add it. Reminds me, let's do some Star's End investing. You're almost level 20. To benefit from a loot? Well, it's only Upper Sakraya that doesn't. I don't think they're changing Upper Sakraya. They should change that, though. Right? I think what the idea behind that spot was, and I think there was another spot, was they're trying to add spots where you don't need loot scrolls. For people who don't have loot scrolls, but it's almost impossible to not have loot scrolls. If any more people bought Splendids. Oh, 2 more. Destruction sold. Still no protections. It's still only the 1 life. Restart my game. I hope they make the Sovereign Armor Glows able to be toggled and show through your outfits. So I'm not too worried with the Sovereign Armor outfits. I don't feel like looking like everybody else. It's about time. Let's go. What's up? What's up, Angry? I didn't see if there was drop on that channel. Well, this channel has plenty of drop. We just need a spot. Oh shit. I didn't even know that was a thing. I just accidentally saw it. Want a group kill. You removed your gear advice for channel points? I don't think I've ever had gear advice for channel points. If I did, that was a long time ago. We're talking like no less than 2 years ago. I did like power leveling. Oh, maybe I did do gear checks. Yeah. I do remember doing that, but yeah, even still, it was a long time ago. The best gear advice I could give you is actually go to type in !workshop, and it'll give you a link to both Byrog's website and his stream, his workshop website. Go to his workshop website and take a look at the gear progression path. That shit is banging. That's the shit that basically Choice is trying to rip off for Zap. But in Choice's defense, he's trying to make it a little more automated where you just plug in your Garmoth, which I don't know why Byrog or Garmoth doesn't do that. Garmoth should already do that. I'm surprised Garmoth doesn't have something like that. 7 years. God damn, Shadowkiss. By the way, my homemade shawarma last night, fucking delicious. Oh my god, was it good. Will be weight gains only, yeah. Well, you know what? It was a pretty healthy meal. Because it had green peppers, mushrooms, chicken, some of the green goddess dressing, which is like a cucumber basil dressing or something like that. It's almost like a, not as sharp of a tzatziki. What else? Tomato. Yeah, a little bit of cheese. A lot of Aeon 2 stuff taking priority. Oh, is there like a Garmoth version of Aeon 2 that they also work on? That makes sense then. Yeah, if they're trying to update with a whole brand new game, that's probably a massive undertaking. Chicken tikka with garlic naan. That's what I'm talking about. That sounds fantastic. I should get my wife to make that on Monday. Oh, nobody here. You just had kimchi pork buns? Yesterday for lunch, I had a kimchi flavored ramen. And it was kind of a letdown. I was kind of disappointed. I feel like the kimchi flavor was... like, there was something different there, but it was so subtle that I just don't feel like I got the full of it. And I feel like I said, I've never had authentic kimchi. But I feel like kimchi's a pretty potent flavor. Unless I'm mistaken. I mean, you have anything else ever that's fermented, it's typically a pretty strong flavor. Oh, right here, babe. Yeah, that's fine. I'll take it just black. Thank you. That's perfect. Thank you very much. That fucking emote's growing on me. It's still not showing up on the on-screen chat, though. What's going on there? It looks like Samson. I haven't seen Samson in a while. He must have quit streaming. I completely forgot about that guy. Oh, what's up, Zier? Yo, good morning, Cannabar. Last thing I remember about that guy was him moaning about pities being added. Yeah. Well, if his argument was it makes things feel less epic, it definitely does, but I still think pities were better for the game. I think it's not the pities themselves that can be a problem, it's where they set them. If they set them way too high, then what's the point? If they set them too low, then what's the point? There's a sweet spot, which I think is somewhere between double or triple the average. Triple the average starts to feel a little high. I think double the average is probably a good spot. Where once you hit average luck, you're halfway there. But when the average is the pity, I think at that point, then what's even the point? At that point, you might as well just get rid of all the RNG at that point, because now there's just the people who get lucky. Yeah. Yeah, at that point, just make it so you always have to pump in a certain amount of resources until you get it. There is no such thing as getting lucky anymore. Yeah, and that was... Yeah, you guys raised a good point. That's effectively what the original intention of Caphras were. Yo, good morning, Mage. Need more morning coffee, disregard last message. Yeah, there's a lot of classes that get kind of screwed with their weapons. Most of the weapons, most of the time, Awakened Sage's weapon has disappeared too. Encoding overloaded. I have to bring up the stat screen. Are you ready to grind for the purple glow next week? You can grind for the purple glow at Frogs. But I'll be going to Star's End for my new corrupted crystals first. But once I get those corrupted crystals, if I don't enjoy Star's End, I'm coming back to Frogs to get my glows. Yeah. The glows are going to be at the Frogs and Star's End. It looks like they're just making all the top end spots drop all the glows. Which, in my opinion, is kind of a dumb way to do it. I think certain spots should have had certain colors. Yeah, Olvia Academy could be exciting. I hope they do it well. The concept is fantastic. It all relies really on execution now. The Tenebrom too? Well, I think that's the point, right? They want it just behind the highest end spots. Yeah, honestly, probably less than that. I guess it depends on your play schedule, but I don't think it'll. If you're comfortably grinding Tenebrom, I don't think it's gonna take you a couple months to get to Caphras and Star's End. Especially since they're effectively making it easier to get to these spots too, right? You're gonna get 6 more AP from your Corrupted Crystal. And in the case of Star's End, you won't need your Adonia Crystal, so that frees up 1 more crystal slot too. So you're already 11 AP closer to the Star's End cap. Why is my AP so low right now? What the actual fuck am I missing? I have no war buff. I have an AP house buff. My Villa, my Elkstone. My crystals are fine. I don't know why I feel like my AP should be higher. Reforges? No. You really need DP to do frogs? Ah, gotcha. No, I know I'm using a Kelk, and I'm using XP Lightstones. Just my AP should still be a little bit higher. At least I feel like it, but I don't know. I think I'm just going crazy. Just a crazy day. No. got the full 25 node war buff too. It's just like I got everything right now. Fucking everything. That's why I'm like, I feel like my AP should be higher. Horse buff? Yeah, I guess I could get horse buff, thank you. But that's only 5 AP. Let me see. Docs. That's, here we go. Let's see. Oh yeah, look at that. I guess between having a transparent background and then putting a black border around me to kind of highlight it, and then having the game on remastered, running at 250 FPS is actually putting a little bit of load on the GPU. Watch this. Ba-boom. I guess that's not that much. Let's see what I'm moving. Whoa! I guess it didn't really spike that much. For a little bit of load. Shut up. Shut up, scum. That BP 400 sword clip? Oh, you're asking John. Have a shining yet? Nope. Only get to do 4 clicks every 5 days. We have, what day is it today? Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. 3 more days? Tuesday morning, right at like 8 a.m. My roof should be popping. Although I probably won't be able to do them until like 9 a.m. now that I think about it. Because I gotta drop kids off at school and shit. No, you don't have to rip it out every time you click. They fix that. You can just click it when it's combined. That'd be annoying. That'd be so annoying. What'll probably end up happening is I'll probably end up buying a Shining Life and Protection Stone when they get listed down the road. And I'll probably just keep working on the Destruction one. But we'll see how the prices of those go. If the pities were transferable, then... You know, I'd probably just buy a Sharp or a Destruction. But... I don't know if I want to... Like, if I buy a Shining Destruction, that means now I gotta start over pity-wise on the other ones. Or continue just working on another Sharp to sell. Which at that point it feels kind of redundant for such a minuscule amount of attack speed. Good morning, Bert. When would you use the Protection Stone? I mean, if I ever wanted to be like if I ever played a Bruiser class again, I could consider it. Protection Stone becomes harder and harder to justify, though, over the Destruction Stone, even in DP builds, because being faster obviously makes you harder to catch, too, right? And easier to catch other people. But I want all the things just to say that I have all the things, you know? Kind of dented like that. Oh, man. Yeah, corresponding abilities. That's why they're lumped like that. I don't really feel like taking the time to elaborate deeply into it, but there's similarities between them. Riftstorm is just an extra thing at the end, honestly, just to use that slot. Okay, fine. It's basically protection, protection. You got Upsurge and Lightning Prison, which both go into Interrogate. You have Divine Executioner and Judgment, which you can are like interchangeable with each other depending on how you start and finish them. You have your two movement skills. Shock Relay is a really quick cooldown catch, so it's important to know when that's off cooldown. You have Lightning Surge and Chain Lightning, which both quickly go into Spear Bolt. You have Impaling Flash, which also goes into Aftershock. And then I had protections on the back. So this is your unprotected catches. This is your catches with no, your protections with no catches. That was kind of the thought process. How you liking Kuno, by the way, Kelb? You, I know you've been practicing it a lot for that 2v2 tournament. Do you think you're gonna full commit Kuno soon? You think you're there yet? A Zethiann weapon, yeah. Or at least if I could get Calb a little bit later. First round, that shit was fucking foul. It was good for the memes, it was. It was, for sure. And honestly, whether I get eliminated first round or I get eliminated semifinals, it's just a little bit of crons. I know, John. I wish they did that too. I was saying that just the other day. It's annoying trying to search through people's clips. First sip of coffee. That always feels so nice. Only thing I don't like is this cup must be made for Korean hands. Because, like, I like to hold my cup like this and get my fingers through it, but I normally like to get, like, 2 fingers through it. But I can only fit 1 finger through there. If I try to fit a second one through there, it's uncomfortable. And because it's so small, if I hold it like this, I don't really like holding mugs like this either. What she said. Oh, man. Grip it from the non-handle side? I could do that, but then it's... I mean, I guess then you guys get to see the black... Well, no, I guess my hand's covering it. Maybe you don't get to see the black spirit. Oh, Seraph sigils. These are probably done now, right? Oh, this.
Have you ever had a dream that you could go do skip do skippy one do skip you could go do skippy one do skip you could.
That guy's a fucking legend in that interview. Have you heard the remix? Probably, but it's probably been so long that I don't even remember it right now. I wouldn't be surprised if when I hear it, I'm like, oh yeah, it's a banger. Let's see. Yeah, I don't remember this. Was this before the auto-tune this guy? The guy who did Double Rainbow and the Five Guys Fries guy? Goddamn. Man, the internet used to be so much more enjoyable. Is it just the nostalgia? Or is something worse on the internet these days? Maybe it's because there's too many clankers, ads, and scammers. Getting scam ads on YouTube voiced by clankers. Oh my god. Jesus, you're right. They're working together. Door-to-door salesmen are clankers. I didn't realize that the new Fallout season had started. So I started watching that last night. I guess with all of everybody focusing on Stranger Things. My wife and I, like, we're all caught up on a lot of our shows, and she's like, have we finished Fallout? And I said, well, I know we finished a season. She goes, this is the second season. I'm like, huh. I'm surprised I didn't hear anybody talk about it. And then, yeah, apparently it started on December 16th, about a month ago. So I was like, shit, yeah, we definitely haven't watched that. Oh. I need strength tonight, chat. My sleep is going to be tested. There's going to be about nearly a dozen teenage girls here, all fucking giggling and goofing around while I'm trying to sleep tonight. And I have a feeling I'm not going to get a minute of sleep. Yeah, that event is being hosted by Angeli this afternoon. I think I need to call one of my old friends. Be like, hey, you want to have a sleepover? Can I come sleep at your house? You'd be like, dude, you're fucking 40. What are you calling here asking that for? What the fuck is wrong? And then I'll tell him what's up, and he'd be like, oh, dude, no, come straight over. And he'll have a beer ready for me. I'm gonna get a big fat calzone for dinner, though. I'm getting them pizza, and I'm gonna get myself a big old calzone. No, that's true. The reason why you don't sleep, just there's always a new reason. Wagyu pizza, goddamn. I feel like that's kind of a waste of Wagyu. I've never had a calzone in my life. Have you had a panzerotti? Because a panzerotti and a calzone are basically the same thing. It's just a calzone's baked, a panzerotti's fried. Both are delicious. But they're effectively the same thing, just cooked differently. Negative? Okay. Think of a pizza that's been folded in half and sealed shut and then deep fried or baked. Or think of a adult size Hot Pocket. I guess that's kind of what it is. That's probably an even quicker way to describe it. Or Pizza Pop, depending on the brand you have. Yeah. Oh, you know what it is? Gotcha. Yeah, they're good. They're good. If you like pizza, I really like it. I haven't checked the XP on my Seraph in a while. I wonder if she's 65 yet. Thinking of doing either Sork or Scholar next. Part of me wants to do Sork next, because if my theory is true and they're starting to do different sexes of already existing classes, there is a potential that Sork is next. Sork, we're going to see male Sork. That's what Deadeye is going to be. There's enough hints to suggest it. So it might be a good idea to maybe mess around with Sork for a bit, get a general idea of it. So if that does end up being true, there's a little bit of that overlap knowledge. Oh, I want male Velk so bad. Wasn't Sage supposed to be? I mean, it was, right? But Velk was supposed to be female warrior, and now we have Seraph, right? So. Oh, fuck, that was loud. I want male Velk real bad, though. I hope they turn it into a proper paladin, because I've been waiting so long for a proper paladin class. I'd be so excited about that. Or imagine male Dark Knight. Maybe that'll be my, like, Blood Knight type class. Multi's waiting for female Zerker. Little boy, you got some for it. Female Zerker would be so fucking obnoxious. Ooh. Male Archer, yeah. They'll do male Ranger first, and then female Archer. But they don't need to do Witch Wizard, because they already have those. They don't need to do Ninja Kuno, they already have those. Musamewa, same deal. Striker Mystic, same deal. So, like, they already have a bunch of classes that have very, very close related, like, female-male counterparts. A male Tamer? What would that even look like? Gonna ride a Velociraptor. That'd be sick. Is Hailing a dog or a cat? Maybe the other one will be the opposite. I'm so happy these can be charged with blood. I was kind of stressing out about having to use mysterious powder all the time, because that shit is so annoying to use. Male shy, oh god. Opposite of cat being a dog is crazy. I mean, most people, if you say, like, I'm gonna say a word, like, what do they call that? Word association? I'm gonna say a word and you tell me the first thing that comes to mind. You say cat and they'll say dog. You say dog, they'll say cat. That'll be a very common answer. You wish it was just powder, Kelb? Just becoming the villain, aren't you? Just becoming the fucking villain of this game. I need more energy. I wonder if I have enough days to get Star's End. I guess it only needs to go up 2 more levels. It's almost done that level. Are you in the new Demon Realm? I don't know if I would call it new anymore. It's over 6 months old, 7 months old, but yeah, this is it. Was Calvin Ethereum? I was gonna say, I think you're thinking of Curvy. I remember Curvy was an Inferium, but not Calb. Once again, Calb getting confused for Curvy. It never fucking stops. It never fucking stops. You had a Calb too? Oh well, maybe. Is the name Calb related to something? That's the bad thing about naming your character after something else. Is there's going to be other people. Let's see. Let's see what happens if I Google Calb. The Canadian government long-term bond pops up. Okay. Calb. China Aviation Lithium Battery. You with the CCP? Calb? Calb? Yeah, it looks like it's just an acronym for that battery company. I'm not seeing anything else related to Calb. Let's see if I type Calb character. Okay. Oh, here we go. Calb likely refers to several popular fictional characters named Caleb, including Caleb, Wizard Roll, Caleb Rivers. Yeah, it looks like there's just a bunch of Calebs. Wait. Even your Twitch profile. That almost looks very similar to that Calb company. China Aviation Lithium Battery Company. Wait a fucking minute. You did steal it. You're just like, damn, that company looks pretty cool. I'm gonna name myself after it. There's actually a logo up there, exactly like theirs. God, you're such a fucking rat. You're such a fucking rat. What? Oh my god, what a way to name your character. Oh shit. Market feels kind of laggy right now. Every time I click this, it feels like there's a little bit of a delay. It's not. No, no. I mean, I should be, but my account doesn't have access to it. And I messaged him and was like, yo, I don't want to be that guy. I don't feel entitled to a subscription, but. And I used to have a free one. And then he was like, yeah. Sorry, we've been really busy lately with the issues and stuff, and I just haven't bothered them again since. I don't want to be one of those people that keeps bugging them. Give me my free subscription. So. But in general, I don't really need the service, so. I'm waiting for them to release the app-specific VPN. Well, the VPN is in the app. Or are they going to have an app just for the VPN and the VPN only? I wonder if it's going to have the same problems as like Choice's app with Icon. Because if I'm not mistaken, you can't run both simultaneously. Oh. Oh, yeah, that's a big problem. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's something I'd be able to test if I was on it, then I'd know that, but I'm not going to pay a sub for an app when I basically have Exit Leg for free. And the primary thing I use Icon for is for the Affinity Mask, and you don't need Icon for an Affinity Mask for BDO. It's coming though, that's good. Having an app specific is, yeah, super important. Especially when you have an app like that that definitely seems to be focused towards gamers. People typically want a tunneling VPN just for specific apps, not for everything. Is it? Yeah, I wish I'd been able to test it. Like I said, I'm not that guy to keep bugging them to give me something for free. I'll wait until one day they realize, where he's like, "Oh yeah, I forgot to do this thing for Zeph fucking weeks ago." What they should probably do, too, is create a browser extension for the VPN as well. Those are probably the two main things you need the VPN for, right? And then I guess torrenting, too, if you do that. Man, I can't believe it's only 8:30. I did get up early, didn't I, chat? I did get up early. just over 10 minutes, just a little bit over 10 minutes to get a frog from start. We might be doing 5 frogs an hour. They started at 8:25 and it's 8:35 right now. So however many seconds past that. Maybe just a little bit under 5 frogs. I should... Hey, good morning, Drek. Probably need that later. Yeah, 13 minutes until the next one spawns. So, just under. 13 times 4 is 52. So 8 minutes left over. So 4 plus 8 minutes, which is, yeah, I guess just over 4.5 frogs. What's up, Velkia? Good morning. Also, good morning. Should have said that. No, you shouldn't have. Doing graphics for Ice? Oh, what kind of graphic? Unless the G stands for great. Great morning? Yes. I hope you all have a great morning. I'm kind of happy that Gaipen and Mirmok aren't way better XP than this spot. Because I would have had this insatiable urge to actually grind those spots. Grind here and buy the glows. Depending on how Star's End is. Star's End will have the new crystals too. So I'll definitely grind Star's End until I get the 2 new, like, upgrade my corrupted crystals. And then if I don't enjoy the spot, I'm coming back to frogs, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, it will drop here. Just, once again, I'm going to reiterate, the new crystals will not. So I need to get those first. But once I get the new crystals, if Star's End isn't enjoyable, I'll come back here and grind out my my glows here. Because I know I enjoy this spot, right? I think I'll enjoy Star's End. We'll see. Unless they add some annoying gimmick with it. I think I should enjoy it. It'll be nice to have a field spot. Yeah. I personally think that they should have removed the minus DP on it too, Kelb. Should have gained the 3 AP and lost the minus 2 AP. Or minus 2 DP, sorry. What if Star's End is not enjoyable? Depends on how much more unenjoyable it is. If it's only a little bit less enjoyable, then I'll grind it for the XP. If it's a lot less enjoyable, I'll be back here. Yeah. What's my current graphics settings? I'm just on medium currently. High textures, 2K resolution, medium visual quality. Yep, yeah, I go to war with the same settings. I'm not one of those people that turn my game into RuneScape mode. Just saying, when you watch people like Huntler and Chimmy and Beryllium, these guys who put their game into RuneScape mode, they seem to crash a lot when doing Node Wars and Siege. I don't even crash remotely as much as they do. So I think there's a little bit of there's a potential correlation there. And I'd rather not crash. 2K, you mean 1440p? Yeah, it's the same thing. 2K is 1440p. Doesn't your Sage feel sluggish? No. Yo, what's up, Blade? I feel like medium is a great sweet spot. You have most of the visual quality. Everything above this just seems super minor. But you also don't have a lot of the really annoying things that come with the higher settings, like the bloom and stuff on Remastered. What about crashing? Oh, I was just saying, like, when you watch, like, Chimmy, Huntler, and, like, Verelium doing Node Wars and Siege, they put their game on RuneScape mode, right? They basically open up NVIDIA Inspector and turn off even more than even the lowest settings will go for better visual, better visibility. And those guys, they tend to crash quite a bit while doing Node War and Siege. So, correlation doesn't mean causation, but I don't crash remotely as much as they do. So, Maybe there's a correlation. No. I let that shit rip. I have a really high refresh rate monitor anyways, so... Even if I did cap at 3 below, most situations where FPS matters, I'm never hitting the cap anyways. I have a 320 hertz monitor. AMD chat? What's AMD chat, and why would you want to have a chat application specifically to talk to AMD on your computer? Oh, is it? Yeah. The one of the biggest things that's annoying with AMD and their GPUs is drivers and shit. There's a reason why, when in regards to GPUs, AMD's so far behind. It's not just... It's a collection of things, but it's definitely not one thing, right? Yeah. So typically, Mugo, this is true in probably 99% cases. Having less shit running on your PC is going to be far better than having software that claims that it tunes your PC. Doesn't make sense when you have a piece of software that's maybe consuming 5% of your resources, but it's trimming down like 3% across a bunch of programs. That's a net loss of like 2%, right? Typically, just keeping your PC as squeaky clean of background applications is some of the best optimization you can do. So I haven't been using the Icon app because I don't have a sub to it right now for a while. I used to use that for the Affinity Mask. And also, I have the 5090. I haven't had a single one of those big freezes here at Frogs. So, I don't know if it was the 5080 or if it was the Icon Affinity Mask. Like the Icon app managing the cores the game uses. Maybe having an issue with Game Bar also trying to do the same thing. But we'll find out. We'll have a pretty good idea of which of the two it is when Icon eventually does get me set back up on it. And then I start running the Affinity Mask through that. If it starts happening again, then I know it was specifically probably their app. Because for those of you who don't know, Game Bar also manages, like if you have, like for example, the 7950, right? One CCD has the X3D, the extra cache, the other one does not. So like your Game Bar will automatically, when you're playing a game, will make sure the game's specifically using the CCD that has the extra cache. So, part of me thinks that that might have to do with Icon and the Game Bar not playing nice with each other. But like I said, I also upgraded to a 5090 at the same time, so it could potentially be that as well. View gray screen. Oh, I've never had that. One thing that's a good habit to get into is when you do have a crash, if you get like a blue screen of death, there's a little like string at the bottom that you can just take a quick picture of with your phone or write it down if you have a notepad on your desk. And that'll give you a pretty good idea of what's causing the crash. But if it doesn't show in there, or you don't get a blue screen, you just get like a hard crash or something like that, you can go into the Windows event viewer, and there'll typically be hints in there of what's causing the crash. Have you somehow caught a whiff of that 5090 exhaust heat? No, it's not running hot. It's running at 59 degrees Celsius. That's not that hot. My 3080 Ti used to run at 80 to, like, between 80 and 90 all the time. Should you buy a Resplendent or keep saving till Splendid purchase and just save all the tabs for Shining? I think you should do that, Blade. The second, the latter. Splendids will eventually drop down to like 150, somewhere between 150 to 200. And then you could just save all your clicks until then. The difference between your Alchemy Stone and like Adania Armors is you need like Adania Armors in order to be able to access more clicks per week, right? So there is like an urge to do it as quickly as possible. Where the Splendid Stone and your Alchemy Stone in general, you're able to earn your maximum clicks every 5 days if you're a brand new player or if you're a veteran player. So I think it's in everybody's best interest to just save your clicks, eventually buy a Splendid, and then have a bunch of clicks at your disposal to start pushing for Shining. Nice. Yeah, so you'll be able to buy a Splendid in no time. They're going to continue to crash. You got to remember, this was just the first wave of Splendids, so the people who already own them and the people who got lucky, every week it's going to snowball, because there was a lot of people who had to spend their stones. They had to start from the bottom, right? They had to start and try to make a Resplendent and then hopefully get a Splendid. But every week there's going to be more people with Resplendents than the previous week that are now clicking for Splendid. So every week there's going to be more and more Splendids that get listed than previous weeks. It's going to snowball. Every 5 days, not even every week. Oh, Shiny will absolutely drop. Yeah. I think Shiny will take a lot longer because it's obviously a lot more rare. I think most people will be willing to spend about, like, if you're a reasonable person and you don't mind spending a bit of a premium for something early, I think people will be willing to spend like 1.5, maybe 2 trillion on it. But I think eventually, like maybe a year down the road or something, we'll probably have Shining sitting at min price at 1 trillion. I think when you take a look at the chances and the cost of making them, there's a very high probability that they just, all of them eventually sit at min price. Yeah, but that's not the absolute min, right? Let's make sure that we're you know, talking about the same thing. There's min price and absolute min, and that's what I'm referring to. Is when it hits the bottom and it can't go any lower, right? It will eventually reach that too, but that'll obviously take more time for Shiny. Yeah, and they'll go down more. They'll go down a lot more. There's no reason for them to be that high. They're super cheap. Kids are missing min listing. Why do you say kids? I mean, they're smart. You should be trying to sell that shit. I fucked up. I locked myself into having it. I should have sold it for 800 bill the first day. But I wanted to see if I was able to click it once it's combined. Because when it was originally on Global Lab, you couldn't click it when it was combined. So I combined it to do my clicks to see if they fixed that. And I ended up trapping myself with the stupid thing. I could have sold that shit for 800 bill day one. There was orders up. They will drop. They will drop a ton more too. They'll probably... They'll reach a point where they sell out. Well, I guess it depends. This Tuesday will be the real teller, because everybody will get their second set of stones, and there'll be a whole new wave of Splendids that hit the market. And like I said, this shit's going to snowball, because every week there's going to be more people clicking for Splendid than the previous week. So it's definitely going to snowball. This week will give us a general idea, because now we'll have a second data point, right? And then 5 days later, we'll have a third data point, and then we'll start really being able to paint a picture. Excited to sell my Shining next week? Yeah. Because it'll definitely sell. Huh. If I hit a Shining... You bet your ass I'm going to let that shit sit on the market, and I'll just grind with a Vel. Just in case there is somebody that's allergic to silver out there. that wants to buy it for such an obnoxiously high price. You know, there's always that possibility. Take a look at how many people bought Splendids. That blows my mind. It blows my mind. There are so many people allergic to silver. I am so happy that I at least sold my life stone. Not a single protection stone is sold. I would have liked to sell that. I'm bummed out that I locked myself in the spirit of testing for you guys. I locked myself out of fucking $500 billion silver selling this loser. But I mean, at the end of the day, what would that silver have really done for me? I have more than enough silver for anything, anyways, and all it does is just make a number go higher. A number that really doesn't mean anything these days to me, right? This number doesn't really mean anything to me these days. It's just a number that I keep making higher. Isn't that what all the silver do, though? It is, but, right, a lot of it is, like, your position as well, right? Your relative position. For a lot of people, 500 billion goes a long fucking way. There's a ton of shit for you guys to work on if you just all of a sudden got half a trillion silver. For me, they're not adding things quick enough, and by the time they add the next thing, I'm going to have even more silver piled up, right? That seems to be the trend over the last few years, especially with the time gating. Every 3 weeks, more Resplendence will go to the market, since it's basically free. It'll all continue to drop. Why did my phone just buzz? Telling me something that sold a while ago that I already collected the money for. Thank you, phone. You're awesome. How much would I pay for an Adonia Blackstone? I don't want to pay for it. I think that's the problem we had with sovereign weapons. I think they made the what do they call those stones? They made these way too common, and because people were able to just buy them, they were able to get deck day one, and that pissed people off. Even though it's not like people didn't work for it. It's not like just because Chaos Silence got a day one, he didn't work for it. He was just able to do the work beforehand. And I think that's the real problem. I think the fact that there was no way to grind those stones and that those stones were so easy to access was the true problem. If they would have added the Land of the Morning Light grind spots right off rip and then made it like something you had to go out and grind those stones that took effort, then people wouldn't have been able to get them to deck day one, right? So yeah, I don't want the Adonia Stone sellable. This one example that I felt like they did well, for example, was like the Masses of Pure Magic and Pen Blackstar, right? It was something that took time to get stones for. Not because it was time gated, it just took effort. You had to go out and grind stars in, you'd get very few stones, and then you could also have a worker node, which was nice for like more casual players to build up stones that didn't require grinding. I thought it was a very well implemented system. Because I think it's important to have a good baseline for casual players, right? Either through a weekly or a worker node. So this way they can still accumulate clicks and, you know, they don't have to, because of their work schedule, only get 1 click a week because they just can't play the game enough. That would be super, you know, demoralizing for casual players with schedules. Yeah. I've always thought you should be able to manually choose what you cheer for and what you don't by the Monster Zone info. You should be able to go in here, pick a spot, and you should be able to right-click any of these icons, and it'll either put a check mark or an X over it. And if there's an X, you don't cheer. If there's a check mark, you do. When you cheer, it's a PvE iframe. They've changed that a long time ago. This was like back in the Kertuga days. A little bit after Kertuga, they changed that. It's been like that for years and years now. When they originally did it, it was just an iframe. It wasn't even just a PvE iframe. And what people would do is they would keep, like, you would have events and stuff that would put sharps and stuff in your Y tab or hards, and you would keep those in there. And if you just wanted a iframe in PvP, you could have this window open and just start hitting claim back to back and have a fucking iframe. That shit was goofy. You're just sitting there, woo, woo, in front of the person, they can't fucking touch you. That shit was funny. The ultimate BM. Oh, yeah. And you used to be able to do it with, like, combining, yeah, Tungrad rings, too. Yeah, anything like that that made your character cheer was just an iframe. But they eventually just made it PvE iframe. I'm pretty confident, at least. They don't really put a ton of shit you cheer for in the Y tab anymore. Barney Kertuga. Kertuga in general, I really enjoyed that spot. Is it ironic that all of my favorite spots are like the ancient weapon spots? And Sage in the lore is the one that designed the ancient weapon spots for training. Maybe I am, like, deep down a Sage IRL. I feel like I'm missing buffs. I don't know about you guys, but so many years of having a buff bar that's gone halfway across the screen. Now, like, our buff bar is getting so small these days that I always feel like I'm missing buffs. That reminds me, though, I should actually be popping more buffs right now. Whenever we don't have drop events, I need to be chipping away at this shit. I have these buffs on my... I should actually... Actually, no, I'll wait for the Egris coin. I'll wait and see how much trash per hour I make at, like, Star's End. You feel naked? That buff bar is too small. End up putting on an extra layer of clothes IRL. Just to overcompensate. That's how I feel too looking at my buff bar. I'm just non-stop like, okay, what am I missing? This doesn't look right. And I can't figure it out. And then I realize, oh yeah, they just compacted everything, which is good. You know, one thing that's interesting now too is they've now replaced both of the obnoxiously obtained items, Pen Fallen God and Shining Stone. And the justification that they made specifically with the Adani armors, right, and time gating it is for the Pen Fallen God owners. So I think it was reasonable to conclude that they were going to do a similar thing with the Alchemy Stone. But now that both of those, the only two, like, really obnoxious, truly obnoxious items like that are out of the way, maybe, highly unlikely, but maybe, we won't see time gates anymore after this. But I think... keeps setting a timer, keeps fucking startling me. But I think it was reasonable, because of the way they justified doing the Adani armors, that they were going to do it with the Alchemy Stone. So I guess the real question is now, do they continue to lean into it? Or was that it? You might be ancient? Why are you ancient? All indications lead to more time gates? Yeah. That is the most likely. Who cares about time gated stuff when they just keep making us do cap content? Well, that's the thing is time gates don't have a purpose. All they do is stop the people who enjoy just progression from being able to actively enjoy and work on it at their own pace. And yeah, it has little to no effect on the actual PvP in the game, since most of it, damn near all of it, is capped these days. An uncapped PvP is in the worst state it's ever been in, but that's not that's not because of time gates. That's because of the DP bullshit, the DR bullshit. Yo, what's up, Zarko? Worst ever? Yeah, I can't think of a time that uncapped content has ever been worse. Yeah. They that pendulum never seems to be capable of settling on the middle, because it's like every time they want to swing it in the other direction, they give it a push. So instead of it slowly losing momentum, and finding like a nice middle ground, it just goes straight to the other side, fucking hits the ceiling. Fucking Pearl Abyss. Oh yeah, Stars End PvP on the beach was a blast. Underwater PvP was a blast too. I mean, a lot of like those old grind spots, even like Sawsins, Pirates, like all these spots that like stand out in my mind of like really enjoyable times of the game. A lot of it was because of the friction between guilds over those spots. That made it exciting. You constantly had like Snake and Black Rose doing this cat and mouse game with each other, and it just made the grind more exciting because you never knew when they would show up. You always had to be on guard and ready. You and your homies would make sure you're grinding spots next to each other, so as soon as one called out, you would run and try to meet in the middle, so at least you had a better chance of fighting them if they showed up with numbers. Just that type of guild interaction definitely made the game more exciting. Let's see how much XP I have on my Seraph right now. Let's see if I hit 65 yet. Orcs was exciting PvP wise. Not specifically. Also because of that reason I just said. But also because it was like hands down the best spot in the game by a fucking mile. So everybody in the game, it's not like now where you could go to Zephyros, you could go to Tenebrom, you could go to Arzekia, you can now go to the new Gyfin. Like there's so many different spots that are all reasonable and have their own reason to go there, right? Like Dark Seekers as well, right? Some people like Tungrad. No, like Orcs was so much higher than everything else. Everybody wanted to be there, and it was just a non-stop battle on every channel, having to deal with, oh, okay, is the spot open here? Not to mention, there was a lot more friction then too, because you still had a 15-minute channel swap. So like these days, you could go to a spot like Zephyros, you swap in, you run through all the different rotations, right? You do your lap around, and by the time you've done your lap around, if all of those rotations are taken, your channel swap is almost ready. So you're not going to fight somebody when you only have 1 minute left on your channel swap. You're going to most likely just swap and look for 5 more, right? Look through the next channel. And then the cycle repeats itself, right? But when there's a 15-minute swap, you're standing there for like over 10 minutes, and you're like, fuck. At that point, you might as well try to duel for spot or bully someone out of it, right? Okay, let's see. We're halfway to 65. Boom! Okay, no. 30% more and we're there. Oh, damn. Look at her. Look at how cute she is. You know what's so crazy? If you take a look at Awakened Warrior and Seraph, and you take a look at the CCs that are available in their kit and the protections that are available in their kit, it's almost like they took Seraph and said, "We're gonna give you all of Warrior's cores for free." You know those things that Warrior has to choose one of 6? You get them all. Oh, it's so fucking dumb. Oh, god damn. God damn. Imagine having to choose. Imagine this is a trial period. Imagine, like, because it's the month before Solaire, right? Imagine, like, in the next patch notes or the patch notes after that, they give Seraph cores and they remove, like, 3 protections and 3 CCs and now make you have to choose one. I'm gonna laugh my ass off. Highly, highly, highly unlikely. Massive amounts of cope. But imagine if they do that. That'd be funny as hell. The shift dash nerfed. It is so crazy how little stamina that costs, Kelb. I was watching a Seraph chase down Neptunes, and Neptune's fucking ran out of stam, and the Seraph is still hot on his ass. And I know that Seraph was probably sitting there still at like 60% stam. The grab and the stam needs to be nerfed specifically. That shit should not be a range grab. It should be a melee grab if it's going to have a KD on it. And the cone needs to not be so forgiving if it's going to stay ranged. If they're going to keep it range, tighten up that cone and turn it to back to a float. And then increase the stamina cost of the consecutive dashes. Maybe the first dash can stay lower, but the consecutive ones definitely should go up a lot. The spin attack, Shift F, yeah. Shift F is annoying too, but they have to get pretty close to you. It's not a crazy fast animation where they go through you, but I mean, it's fast enough. But to me, that's no different than like a spiral cannon or spiral torpedo. I don't think that ability itself. The thing about Savior, unlike Striker and Mystic too, is Savior is way squishier than those classes. And those abilities, Spiral Torpedo, Spiral Cannon, and the Seraph Shift F, you have to be in melee range. Obviously, that's not as much of an issue if you're a Striker or Mystic because you're quite tanky. But For Seraph, being that close is dangerous. So I don't have as much of an issue with Seraph having that Shift F. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, it doesn't work that way. You can't say mobility is tankiness. You're just avoiding the damage. But yes, I said basically every time I talk about it, she needs more stamina usage on that. She shouldn't be able to dash that much and basically use almost no stamina. There's no shot that I just did that. Okay. That's one thing that a lot of bladers would disregard is they would focus specifically on speed, and they'd be like, oh, this is bullshit, you know, our main thing, and back in the day their main thing was speed, right? But they would argue, like, in this day, well, their main thing is speed, and there's so many other classes that can't keep up with them. But with bladers, they also had longevity, right? Where there's a lot of classes that like would have like a really good initial burst, but then once that burst of speed is done, the Musa's gaining distance, and then it becomes very difficult to make up that distance they gain in between, right? Aside from Suckzerker, which obviously was a completely different beast, both literally and figuratively. But they would have that sustained speed, right? Maybe they weren't the fastest anymore, but they had good sustained speed. And that's the thing about Seraph, is it has the burst and even more sustained speed. It's technically slightly slower than a Musa just holding RB in one direction. But the Musa or the Meiwa will gas out first unless they have Tiger Blade ready. The thing is you have lots of movement abilities to put in between. It's not like you have to stop and put up your block. You do dash, 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 WF, and dash, dash, dash is ready again. Then you do dash, 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 and Shift F. And I know Shift F doesn't move a lot, but it is a little bit of movement. And then it's ready again. The fact, it has the same problem that Suck Sage had when it had 4-second Rift Chain, is because the cooldown begins at the start of the animation and not at the end, and the animation is so long that most of the cooldown is gone by time you finish the animation. That was the whole reason Suck Sage's Rift Chain got changed from 4-second cooldown to a 7-second cooldown, right? Fucking slipped on ice and got wrecked. Oh my god. You need to put some salt down. It's not even a full second. The fact that you can do dash, 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 WF and then it's off cooldown shows it's not even close to a full second. And even still, that class does not consume enough stamina for how mobile it is. You gained 5 kilograms. Was it all on your ass? So when you landed on your ass, it gave you a little bounce. Like a built-in airbag. Those cookies came in clutch, yeah. Good old Christmas, huh? Christmas dinner. It's not SA block on its own that's specifically a problem. It's SA block combined with that grab. That is the problem. SA block came with its own issues on Velk, on Guardian, on Nova, on Warrior. Because of the assets it frees while you're just sitting there protected in your block. Right? Other classes, when they're trying to, like, even if you have a grab and you're another class that doesn't have an SA block, you need to still keep yourself protected while you're waiting for an opening. So when an opening presents itself, right? So for example, I'm an Awakened Sage, right? I'm doing my rotation, flipping through abilities, trying to make sure I stay protected while I'm waiting for an opportunity to grab. All of a sudden, I see somebody throw a SA ability that I know they're locked in, but I might have just started an ability just before they started that ability. So I have to wait for the animation I'm in to finish before I can try and punish that grab. And by the time I finish my animation, I might have lost the window, sorry, not to punish the grab, to punish that SA. And I might have lost that window to punish that grab. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. That's a good thing, right? There should be that nuance to it. Well, what an SA block provides is the ability to sit there, as long as the other person doesn't have a grab available. You can sit there in your block and wait for the opportunity. So the millisecond you see them do that ability, you're always available to immediately try and punish it. Now, that's obviously an issue in general with a grab paired with a super armor. Take a look at over the years how many people complained about Warrior's solar flare grab. It's because they could sit there with their block up. The second they saw that SA come out, they do a little head chase solar flare grab and grab your ass, right? Because they're always available that first second while they're sitting there in that block. Well, now Seraph is the next generation of that shit. Not only can it do all of that, but it also has an extremely forgiving ranged grab that's also a knockdown. It's like that problem, that thing that made Warrior annoying to fight, ramped up to the next level. But that's a player problem, Migo. If you're just YOLOing your grab, there's obviously a chance that'll happen. But if you're waiting, if you're a skilled player and you know what abilities to look for to grab, then that's not going to happen. If you're sitting there and you see a Suck Sage, for example, throw out a dimensional compression, you know he can't cancel that ability, you know he's locked in it, you do your dashes, it's a free grab, there's a 0% chance you get caught. Right? So for people who just YOLO the grab, they're going to obviously have a decent amount of success because of how strong the grab is in general. But for people who know the matchups and know their opponents, that grab is so fucking free. I genuinely believe that whoever designed Savior completely forgot or didn't know that they just nerfed grabs across the board. And when he first gave her a grab, he was having difficulty landing it. Because grabs are definitely, no matter whether it's a ranged or a melee grab, they're all more difficult than they used to be to land. And I think he was having difficulty landing that grab and kept buffing it until it became easy to land. And now we just have an environment where all the grabs were nerfed, and then they just add the next power creep in terms of grabs. Shit. Not impossible to balance it. It's just about having trade-offs. Every other grab in the game has a trade-off, so let's not pretend like they're incapable of doing that. You could say, let's be real, but it doesn't make it real. There's a lot of other grabs in the game that had reasonable trade-offs. There's, like, do I need to go through every grab in the game to show you plenty of examples where there have been trade-offs? So, it's not unreasonable to say, well, maybe they should have made a trade-off with Savior grab, right? How'd the grinds go? Pretty chill. It's not just the fact that it's a range grab, though. It's so forgiving. Like, people don't realize that all range grabs aren't the same. All melee grabs aren't the same. There's some melee grabs where you legit have to be touching the person right here. They have to be right there. They can't be right there. They can't be right there. They can't be right there. They have to be right there, right in front of you, practically within kissing distance in order to land it. And then there's some melee grabs where they can be there. They can be there. There's some range grabs where you have to aim it specifically, right at them. If you aimed a little bit this way, you're going to miss. And then there's some range grabs, like he could be there and I could be aimed where my reticule is, and I'll still land the grab, right? There's grabs that have longer windups. There's grabs that have longer recoveries. The windups and recoveries have largely been unified a lot lately with the recent grab changes. But, like, there's always been trade-offs to grabs. Also, the type of CC that's applied, right? There's some grabs that are a bound. There's some grabs that are a float. There's some grabs that are a knockdown. So, like, treating all range grabs like they're the same and all melee grabs like they're the same just shows a lack of knowledge of how the game actually works. And a lot of grabs had trade-offs. This grab has no trade-off. I mean, it has a slightly longer wind-up animation of approximately a third of a second longer than other grabs. But when the thing about a grab attempt, having the attempt, the unprotected part, is you have to move to avoid the grab to punish the attempt. So a lot of that window is lost by just avoiding it. I personally think when they made the grab changes, they should have made the failure unprotected. They should have made the attempt protected, but if you're not smart enough to know when to grab and you try to you're just YOLOing that shit, then you get punished in the fail animation. Because when people see you come at you for the grab and they're able to predict it and they go, oh, nope, then they can hit you in the fail animation, right? But having the fail animation be protected, I don't know what they were thinking. It was so dumb. It was so dumb. Also, another thing I didn't mention in terms of trade-offs, some grabs had much larger or longer cooldowns as well, right? This grab is just short cooldown, long range, wide cone, knockdown. It has the best of any way, almost every single way that you could measure the strength of a grab. It has the best version of that strength, except for the windup. That is the one area where it's a little bit worse. Yeah. I don't know if they will make it abound. It was originally a float on Global Lab. So I don't know if they will end up changing it back. Or changing it. Typically, PA has this idea that once they change something, it's basically like that forever. Because them changing it again is an admission that they fucked up the first time, and Pearl Abyss is completely incapable of admitting when they fucked up. Was the best piece to go for next? It's probably like, typically, I guess it depends what class you play. If you play a class that can benefit at least a little bit from evasion, then going, no, I think all of them are pretty good for different reasons. I wouldn't sweat it too much. You'll have all of them in no time. Just 1 second, I gotta reply to somebody who's expressing interest in the graphics card I'm selling. Da, 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 da. How many Canadian dollars? I'm asking 1,800, but I am willing to do 1,700. Between not having to pay tax on it and the couple $100 savings, you're saving like $500, right? This guy's a dumbass. I basically told him what I just told you guys, and he goes, too much for used. I'll give you $750. Let me know when I can pick it up. Yeah, I'm gonna sell a fucking 5080 for $750. Holy. Go find a fucking rope. Jesus Christ. That was a short conversation. He's trying to scam me? That's typically not how scams work. You don't tell people they're trying to scam you. That's what that is. Funny thing is, I've already had people offer me 1,500. So I know there's interest. I've had five people offer me anywhere between 1,400 and 1,500, and I said I'll do 1,700. I'm surprised not a single one of them has been like, well, how about 1,600? Too much for you. That's funny. That's like a third of the purchase price. If you were to buy it brand new after tax, that's a third of the price. That man legit thinks that the second you pull something out of the box, it loses 2/3 of its value. Fuck me. What a dent. I wish he was a viewer so I could fucking yell at him, make content out of him. Yeah, Facebook Marketplace is annoying for that because you have a much smaller a smaller amount of people that you're trying to sell to, right? You're basically just trying to sell local. I'm trying to avoid the hassle of having to ship it. A half-eaten sandwich, shit. How big's the sandwich though? If that sandwich is, you know, maybe the size of my city, that shit might be worth it. Yeah, definitely. I'd wait for it to drop. They'll hit min price, or hit quite low. I mean, where's Byrog sheet again? Somebody type the workshop command to me for me so I can click it. I don't want to have to fucking type it and fucking die to mobs. But Byrog sheet shows the approximate average cost and the pity cost. And the price will probably land somewhere in between there. There we go. Elkstones. Resplendent. The pity cost is 34 bill. So that's your absolute maximum cost if you make it yourself is 34 bill. And the average cost is 21 bill. So if you're patient enough, you'll probably be able to get it for 25, 30. Darkseekers is way more enjoyable. So I'd personally do that spot. City of the Dead is, at least when I did it, it was a miserable spot to grind.
you ever had a dream that you could go this could go this could be one
Yo, what's up?
Forehead.
You keep it up. You're gonna be sitting there and you're gonna be like 4 head, 5 head, 6 head, 7 head, because it's gonna keep getting larger, and then all of a sudden you're gonna realize it's not the forehead getting larger, it's just a headbutt coming straight for your fucking nose. Do you like how they did the dies? I do, yeah. I think they should have, instead of just having all the dies at all the spots. I mean, we don't really have a huge example, but, you know, I thought the purple die was supposed to be underwater, and the red die was supposed to be Star's End. I like it better than just making it purchasable in the shop. Making it kind of a bit of a chase item. A chase thing. I think that is better and more interesting than just having it in the Pearl shop. But, oh, I need to refresh my house buff. Yeah, in general. I like it. I hope they make it so the the Adania armor glow can be shown through outfits. Because I do not plan on running around with my Adania armors visible. I'm not a big fan of the Adania armors. They're okay, but I'd rather wear my Solar Knight armor. And it'd be cool if I could have the purple, like a purple glow come through on that. Especially to amplify the purple glow I already have from the title. Have those two stacked on top of each other would make it super vibrant. Or maybe not super vibrant, but definitely more vibrant. But it's going to be nice to have a purple weapon. Can't wait for that. Are the dyes reusable? I don't know. I hope, for those of you who are like real OGs to BDO, before we had Merv's palette attached to a value pack, dyes were RNG. You had to buy a little dye from a dye bundle from the Pearl shop, and then it randomly just selected one random color for you. And if you wanted a whale to get your outfit to match, like, that was the true original pay to win. Anyways, once you used the dye back then, it also consumed it. It was a one-time use. So I actually hope that they do that with these dyes, that it's a one-time use. And if you want to replace it with a different color, you lose the previous color and you'll have to regrind it. I think this is important because if they don't do that, I think all of the dyes will end up sitting on the market at min price and they'll lose any type of chased value they have. But if they make sure that there's a constant demand on it that way, then those dyes will always have value and always, you know, be a little more interesting. I hate when my buff wears off and in that fucking 10-second window I get CC'd. God damn it. Yeah. And they, I think they will do more colors. I don't understand why they, I personally think they could have gone a step further. I think they should have did RGB or the primary colors and then add like a combination system, right? So if you wanted green, you had to collect a blue and a yellow dye and then combine them together and you could make a green, right? And you could do that with all the colors. Have the primaries and then make it so it's up to you to work your way to the color you want. That would have actually stretched out the whole system and made it a lot more interesting, too. Apparently the engine can't do it. That's crazy to me, that they can apparently only add 2 colors. Like, how is this engine set up in a way that they can't just change the like... I mean, we already have... Where the fuck... I'm getting fucking pissed off here, right? We already have the ability to change colors and shit here, right? Why the fuck isn't it showing me the palette? Oh, here it is. Right? Like, you're able to freely change stuff already. So, why can't they just implement this shit with the colors too, if they wanted to, right? Like, I'm not saying them do that, allow that type of flexibility for us, but why are they incapable of doing that and having all the colors available right away? Like, what the hell? They just lying? That's what it feels like. Feels like they're gassing us up. The technology just isn't there. It's there with outfits. It feels so fucking dumb. There's so many dumb decisions that they've been making lately. I'm just... Oh. I need a new MMO to come out, you guys. I have never wanted to quit BDO so bad. I have never wanted to quit BDO so bad, but I know there's nothing out there. It's still of what I enjoy in an MMO, it's still the best out there that I enjoy. But it seems like every year they're making it less enjoyable. So I'm just waiting. There's going to be a point, right? Because right now, like, BDO is here for me, but all these other MMOs are down here for one reason or another. Whether it's the combat is shit, whether it runs like shit, maybe the systems are shit. They don't have, like, enough to get it to where I feel BDO is at for me. But it's like, each year, like, maybe games are coming close. There's a little bit. But at the same time, it feels like BDO is slowly coming down. And one of these days, we're just going to be like, boop, there's going to be a new one. And I'm going to be like, finally, fucking hit that ejector button. I'm going to go blasting out of my chair into the fucking new MMO. And I'll be free. Ashes of Creation will kill BDO. It has some good things. It has some good things to it. It's a shame that that game looks like it was made 10 years ago. I guess they started it 10 years ago. Throne of Liberty will kill BDO. It's crazy to me that we had that mass exodus with Lost Ark, right? Where we had a lot of Lost Ark players back in 2023, I think that was, that quit Lost Ark because they were getting so tired of the daily chores and the time-gated shit. And so many of those Lost Ark players came to BDO. We saw one of the biggest jumps in the BDO population we've ever seen. And it's like Pearl Abyss said, oh, they left Lost Ark for X, Y, or Z reason? Time to add X, Y, or Z to BDO too. It's like they had no idea why people were leaving Lost Ark. And now it feels like they're trying to move BDO into having more overlap with Lost Ark. At least in some regards. Obviously, there's still a lot of major differences between them. So, I don't know. I still really enjoy BDO. I have hope. I'm always a hopeful person. I'm a refugee here until something that scratches that MMO itch better than BDO currently does. Even still, as much as I criticize them, I can't find anything that scratches that MMO itch the same way BDO does just yet. The problem is, with that 1-2-3 option, is everybody wants more forward guards until it comes to their class. Every time you have that conversation with people and you're like, okay, time for your class. People are like, whoa, whoa, my class is fine. What are you talking about? I mean, everybody else needs forward guards. And there are some classes that have enough forward guards. They definitely don't need to be included in that, but most classes need more forward guards. There's no fucking doubt about that. And the problem is even if they did do that, I don't trust PA to do it properly. Because a ranged ability is actually stronger with a forward guard than a super armor. Because the whole purpose of a forward guard is, in order to punish it, you have to be able to reposition yourself behind it to punish it. So if you have like a really long range forward guard, not only is it almost impossible to get behind it, But now even ranged classes can't trade into it if it was like a super armor, for example. And I feel like Pearl Abyss would fuck that up. They would give the wrong abilities forward guards, they would give the wrong abilities super armors, and it would just make things worse. That's not saying they shouldn't do it, but I fucking don't trust them to do it too, because they just show how inept they are with balancing. The main thing they show is every new class is going to be a little bit better than the last, because they know that's the best way to make sure every class is playable, right? They realize that, they know the format, make sure each class is stronger than the last, and then maybe wait a year, and then do a little tuning on some old classes. A bunch will get missed, some will become overpowered, and just repeat the process every fucking year. Every other year, maybe. Every year might be generous. I don't even feel like they do that every year. Yeah. At this point, giving everybody a grab would be less work than doing the other shit. I think the biggest issue, like a lot of people will be like, oh, but what about Sork with a grab? It's like, well, what do you think Tamer and Scholar is? It's the same shit. Well, what about Musa with a grab? Or Maewa with a grab? What do you think, like, fucking Nova or now Seraph or all these classes? Like, we already have so many examples of what a class with either that many iframes or that much mobility would look like with a grab. I think the only class that would truly, truly be a major problem with the grab would actually be Sucksage. Because the thing about Sucksage is when it does Rift Chain, it comes out with a blanket super armor. And right now, the only way to punish a grab is to punish the attempt. So in the case of Sucksage, if you came out of Rift Chain to grab, it would be completely protected from the bottom to the top. Yeah. It would most definitely have to be like a really, really, really one of the weaker grabs, right? Super close range, very small cone. Because like Warrior Grab, for example, like a lot of people will be like, oh, Warrior Grab's melee. But a Warrior like can throw a grab here, and if you're here, they'll still grab you, right? Where a Wizard, if you're throwing a grab here and they're here, it won't grab you. Or Velk, too, I think, have a really tight cone, even on their melee grab. And Zerker, fuck, you could practically be... Well, at least when there was click to move, Zerker would have, like, an animation to their grab, and at any point, if you left an iframe during that. So what some Zerks would do is they'd throw their grab, and they'd mouse move and do a little spin like that. And it's almost like a net they're throwing with their grab to fucking grab you. It was so obnoxious. Luckily, mouse move isn't an issue anymore, so that's not really something that's worth talking about. But it is something that was capable in the past and was fucking obnoxious. But yeah, if they did end up doing like grabs for everybody, Sucksage would definitely need to make sure it's like longer cooldown, not a knockdown, shorter range, right? It would have to make sure that there's trade-offs. You know what I am really surprised with Deadeye? I thought with almost 100% certainty that Deadeye was going to get a grab that was a lasso. They were going to give it a range grab where it fucking threw a rope fucking around your ankles and yanked your ass. Or around your shoulders and you'd be like this. I thought for sure that they were going to do that for Deadeye. Thank God they didn't too. Oh my God. Oh, my dog wants to go out. They'll do it for her brother? Maybe. It would have been pretty cool. It would have been pretty cool for Deadeye, but definitely not cool for anybody fighting Deadeye, because that class is already completely obnoxious. Fully protected movement that's constantly... that's hitting you. It's like they completely forgot the hit changes happened, and then they gave Deadeye a fuckload of hits. It's like the same thing with Seraph Grab right now. It's just like they do a change, and then they forget they did it with the new class that is designed. Which is kind of goofy, because in the case of Scholar, like Scholar when it was released was back when everybody still had a fuckload of hits, and Scholar had barely any hits. So it's like whoever designed Scholar actually knew the change that was coming and preemptively nerfed Scholar. At least in that regard, in regards to the hits. But then whoever made Deadeye, it's like, you can tell there's different people that work on classes. Because sometimes people do a class properly and it feels like it fits within the environment. And other times it's like, they just picked a random person that has no idea of how things are balanced in this game and they just start fucking doing whatever.
What up, Zeth?
Yo, what's up, Syllable? Or Syllabic? Like, as much, too, like, with Awakened Sage, I'm happy they gave Lightning Prison a forward guard. I'm happy because it's definitely something that should be a forward guard. I'm obviously unhappy because it's obviously a lot more usable while it's a super armor. But I think they nerfed primarily the wrong thing. I think the thing that makes fighting an Awakened Sage really, really, really unfun is part of the same thing that makes fighting a Deadeye really unfun. Is it's doing fully protected movement while you're seeing chunks of your health disappear. When they buffed Awakened Sage and they decided to buff Spearbolt and Aftershock's damage by 82 fucking %, like, I don't know if I've ever seen an ability get buffed that much in terms of its PvP damage. That should have been a giant red flag. Like, whoever was buffing classes, they should look at the proportionality of the damage buff, and when they see something that's above a certain percentage, it should put like a red flag, like, okay, you might have fucked something up here. This is way too big of a buff. Because, yeah, like, it feels really annoying fighting Awakened Sage because he's just blinking around you and you're losing 20, 30, you know, all these big chunks of your health while he's doing fully protected movement. That's very unfun to fight against. It's fun to fight with. If you're the one using it, it's fun to use, but it's unfun to fight against. Hold on, pup. My dog wants to go out so bad right now. Deadeye got a bunch of forward guards now. Not meaningful forward guards. My biggest issue probably with Deadeye right now is the stamina. The fact that when it runs out of stamina, its movement abilities start to consume HP, and the amount of HP they consume instead of stamina is so small that your potions are very easily countering it out. I think the HP costs needs to go up. So they need to be more mindful of their stamina. That was why I quit the Division. Before I played BDO, the Division came out like a month before that, or around the same time, and the Division was so bad with hackers. It's like that company, who was it? Was it Ubisoft that made the Division? I can't remember which company it is. But it's like they had no experience in the online gaming space, and initially, your damage that you did was based on your client-side stats. That was stored client-side. So you could just open up your fucking file, get a app to open up the file, and you could change your damage manually on your own end. And then you pair that with people aimbotting, holy fuck. Goddamn. Having stuff like that done client-side was so fucking, like, that was such a rookie mistake. And, like, for a company like Ubisoft to make that mistake that's been around for, you know, they've been around long enough now. I mean, we're talking about, I guess the Division now was, like, 12 years ago, but I'm pretty sure, or 11 years ago. I'm pretty sure at that time, though, Ubisoft has still been around for a while. Long enough that they should have known client-side stats is a big fucking no-no. That's part of the reason, too, why a lot of games don't do client-side hit detection, too. Because client-side hit detection paired with aimbots, whew, that shit goes crazy. But then it also creates this weird environment where you gotta lead shots excessively based on your latency. I remember back in the Unreal Tournament days, I'd have to lead. I was playing with a 56K modem. I remember that. somebody was running this way, and like let's say they were right where. Here, can I put a ping over there? Where's that ping at? Why did it go down there? Right? Let's say they're running to the right here. I would have to aim right here, even though like I didn't have a projectile weapon, right? It was instant. I would still have to lead the shot to make up for latency. Yeah, I better let my dog out before she gets upset. Actually, I could get out there and clean up them dog shit. All the kids that are coming by later tonight for my daughter's birthday are probably going to want to go play outside. Yeah. I don't know. Everybody, you guys remember Jay? It's been a while. We got Wansu now. But you guys remember Jay? We were all mad at Jay. Everybody was mad at Jay. But ever since Jay's been replaced, I'm sure he's still in the background. Do we feel like things are getting better with Wansu? It's hard to say. I think some things are better. But I don't know if I would say most things are better. Jay can come back, he's forgiven. You know, I'm starting to kind of miss Jay. Yeah, who knows? Maybe it is still Jay. Maybe Wansu's just the front man and Jay's just in the back. We're so down bad we want Jay to come back. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm sure Jay's probably still in the background. Who knows? Maybe he's still making all the decisions. And it's not all bad. There's a lot of things that I like about what they've done with BDO. But like I want to say like in regards to class balance it's getting worse, but it's always been getting worse. So, I don't know. I think this is at this point it's been 10 years, right? We're coming up to the 10-year anniversary on North America, 11 years on Korea. At this point, to expect different, you know that saying, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. At this point, we have like 11 years of data showing that the game is constantly, in regards to class balance, going in the same direction. Right? There's just this nonstop power creep that's going on. Maybe we're insane for expecting different at this point. Yeah. So I've been catching a lot of flack because I want hard things to work on. I enjoy progressing. I know I'm fucking weird. I enjoy grinding. And so if they were to add an item in the game that costs 10 trillion silver, as long as that item doesn't give you like an insane amount of stats and give you this absolute domination over everyone else, I personally think it's fine, and I want long goals to work towards. And there's a lot of people that push back against that. They're like, well, that's not fair. If it's something that's hard for someone like you to get, that means I'll never get it. For one, I'd say, well, why do you feel obligated to get everything? But two, I don't want it to give an insane amount of stats, especially when a lot of the content is capped these days. It's not even that much of an issue. But I think it's important to state that I understand why people don't want to grind 10 trillion silver. I personally like grinding, so obviously it doesn't feel like that much of a job for me. I don't think the problem would be that item exists. The problem is primarily that there isn't a road for you to take that you enjoy, right? Everybody feels obligated to grind to get their silver, and that's it. That's the only road. And it just loses that sandbox feel. If there was ways to PvP to make decent money, competitive with grinding, if there was ways for life skillers, specific life skills, like there's some people who only want to gather, there's some people who only want to horse train, there's some people who only want to fish, right? Any type of active gameplay with a similar investment should be making reasonable silver. And if like you could PvP just and make reasonable money, having a long-term goal to work towards wouldn't feel so bad because you're enjoying the road there, right? And this game is lacking roads. It's like, no, you grind. If you don't enjoy grinding, too bad. Just fucking grind. There needs to be more ways to make money in BDO so people can pick a road that they enjoy. Then these long-term goals don't feel fucking terrible. I've never understood like the mentality that some people have that PvP shouldn't make money. It's like, no. Like some people will be like, well, PvP is fun, grinding is work. Therefore, grinding should make more money. I think that's such a dumb way to structure your game that you got to make people to feel like they're working in your game. You want your game to be fun. The game should be fun. The thing that should primarily determine how much money you're making. I'll wait till after this. Yo, thank you, Tragic. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it tremendously. So, I think that's such a dumb way to design your game, to make it so people need to feel like they're working, to feel like they're progressing. You should be rewarding people for actively playing your game. You should want them to be logged in, right? So, like, obviously, if you're AFK fishing, that obviously shouldn't make as much money as active playing. If you're semi-AFK on a cooking tool, that obviously shouldn't make as much money. But if you're doing an activity that requires your ass to be in your seat and actively paying attention to what you're doing, it should make similar money to other activities that require the same thing. Right? Now, there could be a little nuance added to that based on investment, right? Obviously, a brand new life skiller shouldn't make as much as somebody who's invested $1 trillion into their life skill and gear. But the primary determining factor should be, is your ass in your chair actively playing the game? If it is, it should make decent money. You should reward people for playing your game. Not make it so you have to do something that feels like a job in the game, so then maybe later you can do something that feels fun. I should do my farms. Shh, it's early. You're an asshole, Dragor. You're a fucking asshole. Oh. As soon as you said that, I looked at the clock and I was like, lunch is in 20 minutes. That's what he's saying it's early for. This fucking bitch. I hate the fact every time you pop in here, it makes me think of food. You know, like when you train a dog, right? Through positive reinforcement. Like every time you get it to do a trick, you give it a treat. Anytime it does good behavior, you reward it. Well, that's kind of like what you're doing for me with food. I see your name pop up in chat, usually around the time I make food. Food makes me happy, so I see you pop in chat. It reminds me of that happy thing. You're actually training me like a fucking dog, and it's pissing me off. Was there 3? Could have swore I killed the other one already. Let's see. To me, an Ascension class is no different than like a Succession class. In fact, you can take a look at a lot of Ascension classes, and they're like Awakenings before the Succession was added. Now, there's some really easy Ascension classes and some Succession classes that are harder than Ascension. There's some Successions that are harder than Ascensions, and there's some Successions that are easier than Ascensions. I don't have a specific issue with Ascension specifically. In fact, I think every class should have one kit because it creates this weird situation where when you have a bunch of overlap between two kits in a class and you go to nerf one class, it could indirectly nerf the other spec that might already be struggling. But they definitely, with some Ascension classes, have royally fucked up with this, trying to keep it balanced. Seraph is kind of pissing me off, and it worries me that there might be more buffs coming for that class. It might get worse before it gets better. Yeah, I'll bring it back, chat. Speaking of farming, I'm noticing they haven't suspended people this week. They never suspended anybody for farming. There was just a quest in the Serendia quest chain, right? In the Serendia quest line at the very beginning of it, that gave an obnoxious amount of XP. You guys are good. You and Dukes on Monday? Hell yeah! Whenever you guys are ready. Yeah, I think Monday was the. No, was it Monday? I guess it was Tuesday. Was the last time. It's up to you guys. I'll be here Monday. I'll be here Monday for sure. So, Dukes, don't let me down. I don't want this fucking Dragor guy to win mod. I need you guys to constantly go back and forth taking VIP from each other. Like, reach out to Bobo. Reach out to Bobo and get him to log on your account and fight him. But yeah, some subclasses are even easier than Ascension classes. I mean, look at Suck Megu. Even Pearl Abyss considers it so easy that when you go to make a new character, it's actually labeled as being a good starting class. It's fucking funny to me. Woo! We got it, chat. We got first listing when it ticked down. Surely someone's going to buy it now. Actually, nobody's done the destruction yet. You guys better hurry. You guys better hurry. God, I wish I had my destruction stone right now. I wish I could actually fucking list it. I wish it wasn't stuck with the stupid fucking Vel attached to it. God, that pisses me off so goddamn much. You're able to buy the definite one at min list? The defense one at min list. Okay. You should buy it right now. You should buy it right now. The thing is, too, Neptunes, the fact that BDO feels like it's the best we have shows, like, how many MMOs have we seen come out that are just shit? Like, I don't know what it is with MMO devs. BDO, there is not a single system in BDO, whether it's the PvE, whether it's bosses, PvP, none of these systems are better than what other games have. Other games don't have, and I'm not saying BDO, those games are better than BDO. But, like, you can take a look at PvE, and Final Fantasy is better PvE, right? Like, almost any single thing you do in BDO, you can find another game that does that thing better. What makes BDO different, what BDO does with all of these systems that are very mediocre, is we have the best combat in the genre that amplifies those activities, that makes them feel better. So even though the system itself might be worse than Final Fantasies, it just feels good the way your character plays in that very mediocre system. I wonder, like, when is another MMO going to be able to replicate this combat? Maybe even not even to a 1-to-1 ratio, but maybe at like a 90 to, 90%. Maybe Riot. Yeah, maybe. Like, how many games have we seen coming out on the Unreal Engine? Like every MMO that comes out on the Unreal Engine is just kind of meh. It's your character, it feels like it's on rails, like it's glued to the ground. Like, yeah, you could jump, but it has a very, like, you don't feel as connected like you do with BDO. And even like, I was hoping that because like so many games have used the Unreal Engine to try to create an MMO. I thought when Unreal 5 came out, the Unreal Engine 5, I thought for sure this is it. This is it. Hell yeah, finally. And it's like even games coming out like Ashes is on Unreal 5. I bet most people don't know that just by looking at it. They would say the complete opposite. They're probably like, "What is that on Unreal 3 engine? What the fuck?" I don't think a Western dev will even attempt to. It's going to have to be an Eastern MMO. You might be right because what are the games that have maybe kind of come close? You have Terra. That had very satisfying combat. Terra had like satisfying combat, not quite BDOs, but I feel like that was like 80-90% of the way there. And I think that was also on the Unreal Engine. One thing that I felt Terra did really well too was the big ass monsters. Fighting a big ass monster, a BAM it was referred to in that game, felt super satisfying. Way more satisfying than big ass monsters feel like fighting in BDO. Um, Fuck, there was another point I wanted to make and I left my head. Oh, what other games? Like, I think people say Guild League or Guild League. Not Guild League. Guild Wars. Doesn't Guild Wars have pretty decent combat? I think Warframe. I think people say like Warframe has pretty decent combat. Like none of these things are close, but to BDO, but they have other good systems in them. Blade and Soul. I remember playing Blade and Soul. I think I played it for like a month before I quit it. I don't remember what it was about Blade and Soul that made me quit it. Yeah, so there's a few games out there, and I mean those games still do well, right? You consider how old Warframe is, like it still has a pretty solid player base. Warframe release 2013, so fucking 13 years ago. You take a look at how many WoW clones there've been over the years that have failed. There's a graveyard of WoW clones that have failed. And then if you take a look at the few games that have done decent combat, they're all still doing moderately well. Because from what I understand, maybe I don't hear people talk about it too much, but isn't Guild Wars still doing reasonably as well? Let's see, Guild Wars 2 player count. No, I guess it's kind of in the trenches. It says about 7,000 players playing right now. That's okay though. How old is this game now? Wait, Guild Wars 2 came out in 2022? Maybe it's not doing so hot. I thought it was older than that. No, never mind. 2012. Why the hell did Steam? Steam said 2022. Oh, 2022 on Steam. Yeah, okay. Yeah, 2012. That makes more sense. So yeah, after what 14 years, it's still having like 6,000 players. I mean, compared to all the MMOs we've seen fail over the years, that's okay. I think looking at those examples of games that have had solid combat and the fact that they're still hanging on instead of immediately joining the graveyard of MMOs that have failed shows that combat, like the way you feel, the way playing your character feels is super important for an MMO because it's how you interface with the whole world, right? Is how your character feels. Oh, 1000%. I have been hard on PA's ass for years. Monetize cosmetics, don't do progression. All you do is devalue progression for the people playing your game. Cosmetics clearly have a ton of money to be made. Take a look at Path of Exile. Like, Where Winds Meet isn't the first one. Path of Exile is exclusively monetized cosmetics, extremely successful at doing so. Where Winds Meet, another newer example, doing extremely well monetizing cosmetics. It frustrates me so fucking much that Pearl Abyss seems completely oblivious to how much better their communities in general, not even just their community, feels about cosmetics being monetized versus progression. If you started adding the ability to change the colors on your class's abilities, maybe even the effects, if instead of being like a fire Musa, you could be an ice Musa or a lightning Musa, and you could pay per ability or you could buy a full pack, you could mix and match. Like, people would go crazy over that shit. If you could buy different mounts, if you could get like a fucking Farrakha or a Rudum or all of shit like that. Like, there are so many different cosmetic ways you could monetize BDO and people would go bananas over it. People would love it so fucking much. And they don't do that shit. It pisses me off so goddamn much because I play the game a lot. I have zero interest in buying progression. I'm not like Choice. I'm not going to go buy these Gamba boxes. I did it one time and I fucking immediately regretted it. And I did it for you guys. That one time. I can't even remember what it was why I had those pearls. I think I already had the pearls from a 1+1 I had bought way in the past. And you guys were like, why don't you swipe on these boxes? And I was like, okay, fine. It's Christmas. Maybe I'll do it for you guys. I immediately regretted it. I hate paying for progression. But if they start adding like ways, like, where do I have it? Where do I have it? I can't even put it on right now because it's bugged with the new alchemy stone system. But this skin for my alchemy stone, I paid $100 for that. The new savior or seraph weapon, I paid $100 for that. When it comes to cool cosmetics, I'm willing to swipe for that shit. I don't want to pay for progression. And there's a lot of people in the same boat as me. They have no interest in paying for progression, but they'll totally pay for their character to look cool. You're not grinding today? I was, but I've been just kind of on a rant. Looking cool is most of your damage, anyways. That's right. If your character looks dumb, are you really doing damage? You win 100% of the duels that your opponent has to stop and admire your drip mid duel. If you come in looking like a fucking demon, you're already putting the fear in your enemy and gaining an advantage. Everybody knows drip is everything. It's science. It really is. And you don't need a lab coat for that science. I think I'm going to make lunch, chat. I've killed enough time since Dragor popped in here. I think it's time to go make some lunch. It'll be a little bit of an early lunch, but I'm hungry. We can continue this little yap fest when I get back. Ooh wee. Ooh wee. You're right. Third breakfast isn't gonna eat itself. Look at this shit. You guys about to be jealous as fuck. Look at that. I made a little breakfast burrito. Breakfast. I don't know. I just took a tortilla. I have scrambled eggs, jalapenos, cheese, peppers. I feel like I'm missing something. And then, yeah, a little bit of sour cream on the side and some avocado. Fucking delicious. Dark chocolate Quaker granola bar? Didn't think so. Yeah, I love dark chocolate. I can't stand milk chocolate or especially white chocolate. 85? I like even darker than that, to be honest. I'm you can rarely find darker. Lind, I think, is the brand name. They'll do like 90, 95. It's not in your typical like candy section. If you go to the baking section too, you can find like darker chocolate. But yeah, 90, 95, that's where I like it. 85 starts to become a little too sweet for me. 100 is too bitter, obviously. Anybody who's taken like a spoonful of cocoa in their mouth thinking it tastes like chocolate, no. But to me, like 90 to 95 is the sweet spot. Only problem is this one tortilla is probably half of my carbs for the day. I wonder. I just had a thought. Let me get a glass of water and I'll come back.
You know, you wouldn't need to go get a glass of water if you had simply just bought one of our LTT water bottles at lttstore.com.
Okay. So I just had a thought based off of what Ellie said. I wonder, I don't think it's unreasonable to assume that maybe some costumes take a little bit longer for other players to load than other costumes, right? Some might have more details, maybe more pieces. Maybe if it's a 4-piece costume versus a 1-piece costume, right? Maybe there's contributing factors that'll make your outfit take a little bit longer for the other person to load. Now, in a situation like AOS or open world, there's not many people being loaded, so it's probably not a big difference, right? Maybe 1 millisecond more, if that. But in a situation like large scale, when there's hundreds of people on the screen and it's struggling to render people in quickly, I wonder if having a more complicated outfit will make you invisible for longer before it loads you. Like it'll load the other people before it finishes yours. I feel like that's plausible. What do you guys think? The life skilling stream? No, this is an AFK stream. I went AFK to go make lunch. Just finished eating. Cleaning my glasses now, and then we'll get back to it. Get back to the grind. What we eating? I made a little breakfast burrito. So I took some scrambled eggs, some cut up jalapeno, peppers, cheese, a little bit of salt, pepper. Didn't have any mushrooms. Mushrooms would have went good in it. And then put it in a tortilla, rolled it up, and then crisped up the tortilla in the pan, so it was like a crunchy burrito, right? And then put a little sliced avocado and sour cream on the side. It was delicious. Ever make a tortilla pizza? I bet they're delicious. The thin crust pizza is awesome. When you get a nice thin crust to it, yeah, and I imagine making like a tortilla pizza is probably the same thing. All except the avocado. You don't like avocado? Holy fuck, I love avocado so goddamn much. You know what I should have put in it? I should have actually put some cumin. Some cumin would have been really good in there. Let's see if I lost my grind spot. I might have. I was gone for a while there. I'll have to let them know. Do you know who I am? Do you know who you're messing with? Yeah, they're here. Oh, it's Kato. Oh my god. Do you know who I am? I like how it's a little lie. I went to try to get on his horse. He's lucky. Almost mounted his horse and ran away with it. We go. Pen Fallen God min listed. Min. What is that, like 15? 14 and a half? No, sorry, 15 and a half? I feel like it's probably about 10%, right? Less, so maybe like 15.3? Yo, what's up, Kato? Huh. I sucked all the juice out of that spot. You get a nice dry, shriveled up spot there. This is the juicy one. You fell into my trap. You got 2 rings and an earring this hour? God damn it, never mind. Trade your spots. You want to trade? It was listed at 1.7? Oh, wait, then it's not min listed. What are you saying min listed for then? If it's not min listed? Or are you saying that's what it was listed at and now it's min listed? Now, oh, okay, yeah, okay. Oh shit, I had to go get my house buff. No! No! Yeah, I guess I need to decide. At what point do I not want to sell my protection stone? Let's see. The fuck is that icon? I think if it dips below 400, I'm not going to bother. At that point, I'll just keep it. Because then between the tax and me buying it back, I feel like the profit is minimal. Like, it's still, you know, potentially 50 bill profit. But I think even though there's less demand on the protection and life, I think they might end up retaining more value in the long run. Because people are always going to be clicking for the destructions because there's way more demand. And they'll be clicking for their own destructions and I'll eventually be like, oh, I got it. Well, maybe I'll sell it. Pre-typed? No, it's all good. The way I see it, most people get scared to play the game due to pay to win or how long it takes to reach endgame. Some start the game, quit. When they leave season servers, the mostly not motivated to grind. I just remember before Aegis Essence, $500 would disappear trying to do a 5% click. Now it's like an incentive, which long-term made gains less exciting. Gains locked behind the percentage and hope. Felt better in my oath than pity. Pity definitely was a double-edged sword, as almost all things are. It created an environment where you couldn't get absolutely, completely ass-blasted with bad luck. But now, while you're enhancing, it just feels like an XP bar. And because, like, everything feels super obtainable now and not really threatening, like, you know this is the absolute max I can pay for this item. It definitely has created an environment where items don't feel as exciting as they once did. I definitely think, in general, having the pity system is better. I think it's about where the pity's at. I think when... like, they've created a weird environment with the alchemy stones, where the min price is, in a lot of cases, more expensive than even if you pity the item. And I think that's a sign that the pity is too low. Or the cost is too high. Both can be true, right? And then in the case of Sovereign, Sovereign's probably something where, like, the pity is a lot higher than other items. And it feels a little overwhelming when you start getting close to pity. I think Sovereign might be a little too high. I think the Elk Stone's too low. I think the sweet spot's probably halfway. Like, if you hit the average amount of clicks and you're halfway to the pity, I think that's a good spot. I think for a new player, I think most endgame, like most real content that people do and enjoy, is mostly like Solaire, uncapped, sorry, not uncapped, capped Node Wars, and capped Siege. And I think new players coming into the game don't understand that most, even veteran players, that's where they're getting most of their enjoyment. And then they see this giant wall of progression that they have to overcome. And they assume that they need to overcome that to get to the end game, and they don't realize most people are enjoying the capped content, not the uncapped content. Maybe the Olvia Academy will help alleviate that. I think Olvia Academy could be great for the new player experience if executed properly, but I'm definitely going to not hold my breath on them executing it properly. I think the biggest problem in the case of like the way you play the game, Neptunes, is so much of the content in the game, the PvP content, is gate kept behind certain windows. Like if you want to do a Node War, you got to join a Node War guild, and it's only between the hours of 9 p.m. Eastern, or I guess in your time zone, 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. And if you want to do Solaire, well, too bad. Solaire's only available, you know, once every few months for like maybe a month. And like you don't want to sit there like I do and just run around and grind and do circles. So the only thing that's really left for you to enjoy PvP at any time of the day is open world. And uncapped is so miserable right now because of the DR meta they've created. A lot of people call it a DP meta and they lump in evasion, but I don't think people realize that if you nerf the DR crystals, you inadvertently nerf evasion at the same time. The main reason why these evasion people, unless they're Striker Mystic, who's unnecessarily tanky to begin with. If you're any other class, the main reason you can get away with running evasion is because nobody's running accuracy because they want to deal with these DR losers. So if you nerfed the DR crystals, you would be more willing to put more accuracy in your build, and evasion would feel weaker at the same time. Because aside for Striker and Mystic, like if any other class in the game is running evasion, and you match how many evasion crystals they're running with accuracy crystals, yeah, you just start absolutely eviscerating them. They don't stand a chance. Unless they just play a better class, but class imbalance will always be an issue no matter what. Another ring. God damn it. Corgi. Is Corgi here? I'm gonna need a war deck on Corrupt. Anybody at war with Corrupt? I'm on channel Valencia 4. Time to send out the hit squad. They're coming for you. It's alright, I can't wait till I get a Herald. Then we'll see who gets the last laugh. I definitely agreed with them making it so like your karma is family based. But I feel like when they did that, they should have eased up on the punishment of being a red player. You just got a belt too? Okay, somebody needs to take this man down. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, I was saying this just yesterday, is you kind of created this issue for yourself, where you spent all this time being the villain, but now tons of people treat you as the villain, and when you just want to chill, people won't let you chill. You look like a happy father? I feel pretty happy. I'm very grateful for what I have. I mean, I'm able to sit here on my ass and play video games, hang out with you guys. I have a fridge full of food. Well, half full. I need to go to the grocery store. I got a wife. I got kids. We own our house. We own our vehicle. I feel like I have a lot to be grateful for. My kids are happy. They're in activities. They're smart. They're like straight A students. They have lots of friends. He has a Dragar. What about an energy drink called Monster? I don't have those. I don't typically drink energy drinks. So just a black coffee is my energy drink. I managed to drop 20 pounds in like the last 4 months. It was actually more like 2 months, but then Christmas came along and I had to take a break. I didn't immediately roll back, but I was like, it's Christmas. I gotta enjoy all the goods and treats. And I managed to make it through Christmas without gaining any weight back, so I consider that a W. What about my armors? Yeah. The way I see it is Pearl Abyss is just making sure I always have something to do. They're just looking out for me. Huh. Don't say W like that, you're past 40. I don't give a fuck. If you don't like it, that's on you. Something to do? Yeah, every 7 days I get to log in. I get about, 10 minutes of running to a boss and killing it, and then like another 60 seconds of drawing up the clicks, and then it's over. Oh, see? This is going to be a duo. Oh, no. You have your Shining already, right? No. We'll get there. Am I going for 10 trillion on the storage? I'm not really aiming for anything. I just enjoy hanging out with you guys, and there is no real destination. I'm just kind of walking, and we'll see where we get. Now you gotta log in weekly for 2 things? Yeah, every 7 days and 5 days. So every 35 days is gonna be crazy because they're both gonna overlap. I could have swore I just heard my dog wanting to come back inside, but I'm pretty sure I let my dog in already. Yeah, what the hell? There's no dog outside. Yeah. Yeah, as time goes on, Neptunes, it'll dissipate. You know, these bridges that were burnt, people will eventually, you know, come around or lose interest, one or the other. It just takes time. One of the biggest things, right? When you're like super one way and then all of a sudden you kind of flip on a dime, people don't immediately see it as growth. They'll think that it's just like a facade you're putting up, like you're just pretending. And people want nothing more than to break the mask that's put on, right? If they feel like you're putting a mask on, they want nothing more than to watch you, to be the one to make you break it and go back to your old ways. But you just gotta stay true to it. And over time, people realize, shit, maybe he has changed. I definitely don't advise you to be as fucking laid back and chill as me. You got a great personality and you're super animated. I mean, there's a reason why every single Twitch channel in the video category has your emotes of classes. People love your mannerisms. Yeah. You know what, Dead Octopus? You know what's kind of funny? Is they originally planned that, like, Guardian was supposed to be immune to hypothermia, and the Mountain of Eternal Winter was supposed to be, like, a really cold spot. And it almost seemed like they were going to try to get you to want to put campfires down and shit like that, and didn't, like, execute any of it. To be honest, though, I don't know how much I would really want to have to put a campfire down every time I'm grinding. Like, you know what would be cool? If there was a treasure item you could get. And as you grinded lava frogs, eventually you could get a treasure item that makes you immune to the lava dot. Stuff like that is super cool, right? Doesn't affect PvP, adds something a little interesting to the grind. One time I was out hiking. Holy fuck. What is this? One time I was out hiking when a bear the size of a school bus came crashing out of the bushes, roaring like it hadn't paid rent in 6 months. And just as I accepted my fate, my friend Neptune swooped in out of nowhere riding a stolen grocery cart like it was a noble steed. He skidded between me and the bear, threw a single Funyun at it, and for some reason the bear froze, like it had just seen its ex. Then Neptunes looked back at me with absolute confidence, whispered, "Run, my child," and proceeded to challenge the bear to an arm wrestling match, which he won, before escorting me down the trail, as if saving me from hyper-aggressive wildlife. With snack-based diplomacy was just a normal Tuesday for him. Where the fuck did that come from? What's the genesis of that? One second. Just asking my daughter to check to see if we had enough maple syrup for tomorrow in the fridge. Can you make a song request? I don't know, Dragar. I don't trust you. I kind of enjoyed the spotlight because it was fun to have competition or to get attention from big streamers. Weird time period. But as a chatter compared to a streamer, I rode the high of attention and did more shit to stay relevant, like beefing, etc. In terms of watchability, super fun for most. But for example, the GIFs, all the GIFs is me genuinely angry, but looking back, I can see how it's funny. Yeah. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with anger. It kind of depends on how you funnel it, right? There's a lot of good things that come from funneled anger, like when it's put in the right direction and when it's put in the wrong direction. I think part of growing up isn't about suppressing your anger. It's about, it's kind of like, kind of relevant is like the Hulk, right? When he gets asked in that one scene, Hulk, what's your trick? How do you control the anger? And he says something along the lines of, he's just learned to control it or whatever, right? But he's always angry. I can't remember the exact quote. It's kind of like that, right? Suppressing your emotions is just going to do nothing but harm to you. But being mad at appropriate things that are in your control and just avoiding, you know, not avoiding, but recognizing that some things are just outside your control and it's not worth wasting any excess energy on it. So, like, yeah, when you get emotionally heated and you're like, yeah, fuck this class and its stupid shit, and you start imitating its animations, I think that's good anger. That's funny, right? Zethiann? Hello? With a comment like that, I bet your wife beats you. I bet as soon as he typed that, he looked over his shoulder, make sure his wife wasn't looking. I'm single as fuck. Yeah. Well, I think that's one thing that BDO's kind of missing with the deck changes and stuff like that, Neptunes, because you could probably comment on this, right? Back in the day when you ran into somebody and, you know, they gear checked you or they beat you for whatever the reason might have been, maybe their class was good or whatnot, it would light a fire under your ass that shit, okay, I need to get better or I need to get stronger or whatever. And instead of being like just the victim and being like, oh no, right? You would want to get better and stronger. And then, you know, maybe get your get back later on. These days, it's like the game has all these safety rails to prevent any type of friction that I feel like the new players are missing a lot of what made BDO feel so exciting in the past. Now it's just do your circles so you can grind faster, so you can do your circles faster, so you can grind faster. It's it definitely wasn't a bad thing to try to attack the griefing that did happen, because obviously some griefing did happen, but I feel like most of the griefing could have just been handled by a GM. most of the really obnoxious griefing was like specifically streamers, like Joe Never Fails, for example. I don't think anybody would argue that that man did not bring it on himself. Anytime he got into any type of confrontation with somebody in game, he would just start talking his shit on his podium in his stream, and then he wonders why people take it personally. It's like, well, you made it personal. Like, you just died in a video game. It's not that serious. And like, that type of mentality on stream is definitely going to have people wanting to come and put you down on your stream. They're going to just hunt you from channel to channel. And that type of harassment, like, obviously, you know, you shouldn't do that when you're a streamer. If you talk shit on your stream, that shouldn't exempt you from repercussions in-game. And this idea, like it should, is, to me, is completely obnoxious. You know? How about you're just held accountable for your actions? But there has to be limits to that, too. Following somebody channel to channel, day after day, week after week, month after month. You know, there's definitely a line. There's definitely a point where a line has been crossed. And I think in those situations, a GM could have just easily stepped in and handled it. It didn't need to be some type of blanket change that affected the overall PvP environment. Part of the problem is that line is conflated, right? It's obviously subjective, but I think there's a real broken train of thought amongst a lot of people these days that anything that makes somebody feel bad, they consider being griefed. And it blurs the line between true griefing and just having an unenjoyable moment, right? So you have a lot of people where maybe they lost a duel for spot, or maybe somebody came and put up a war deck and pushed them out of their spot. And because they were the loser in that situation, they consider that being griefed. I don't consider that being griefed. You were just the loser in that situation. And I think over time, those situations that happened, you might have joined BDO and never had any interest in PvP at all to begin with, right? And then you go, like, during the Serenity Oryx day, you're grinding your Oryx, all of a sudden some Guardian shows up and flags up on you, asks you to duel for spot, flags up on you, kills you. You lose, it pisses you off, you leave, you go find a new rotation, whatever, right? And it's kind of annoying. And then that situation happens over and over and over again. But every single time that situation happens, you get a little bit better. You're like, oh, okay, I need to do this to keep myself protected better. I need to get a little bit stronger. Whatever the things are, these little adjustments you make, right? And eventually, all of a sudden, one of these people, one of these aggressors that comes at you, all of a sudden you win, right? And now that person who'd had no interest in PvP, they get a taste of victory. And all of a sudden they're like, ooh, that felt kind of good. Wait a minute. And then, you know, maybe they lose the next two, but all of a sudden they win the third, and then all of a sudden they start winning consecutively. And before they know it, they've become a PvPer, right? All of a sudden they're looking for PvP. They're going out challenging people for a duel for spot. They're joining a guild that has constant friction over open world. And it allows them to grow as a player into the environment and have a much more, I would argue, much more enjoyable experience overall. And it started initially feeling shitty for them, but eventually grew into something fantastic. And with the guardrails Pearl Abyss has put on the game, you don't have that anymore. Yo, what's up, Mr. Hunter? Did I see? Yeah, I was gonna say, I could have swore I just saw your name a second ago. Yo, Forest Hunter, get that DP one up right now. Oh, wait. Oh, goddamn. Wait. Oh, shit. Never mind. I take it back. Oh, shit. I take it back. Oh, goddamn. Someone has to change channels. That's it. I'll just grind staring at the ground and you'll never know where I'm at. Yeah. It's between the lack of like open world friction between guilds and players, like they definitely overcorrected, right? They removed guild decks, they added Marnie channels, they have a 5-minute channel swap. Like between Marnie, this is my take. I personally think Adania, with it being the highest end spot, it should be full PvP on every server. Because there's a Marnie's realm. I think the Adanas are getting screwed. They're barely making any money for being the Adana. If everywhere in Adania was full PvP, if you wanted to have a safe grind, pay your Adana. Pay him, get your ass into Marnie, right? Otherwise, if you don't want to pay your Adana, you have the risk of PvP at all times. Yeah. We gotta hide. We gotta hide from Mr. Forest Hunter. The last thing I need is broken Suck Musa bullying my weak and very balanced Awakened Sage. Hard capped? No. Are you kidding me? Norelio's armors are higher than mine. I'm just a weak little baby. I'm just a weak little baby sage. Look at that. 1 hex armor. I've been getting absolutely railed by my armors. It's actually so crazy. Do you think it'll go end of service at some point? I don't think Pearl Abyss can afford to do that right now. I think until Pearl Abyss has a better moneymaker, I don't think that'll happen. Because they're clearly making still great money off of BDO. I think the main thing will determine that is if either A, Pearl Abyss comes out with something that makes them more money. And even then, right? Like, let's say Crimson Desert is insanely profitable, does insanely well. Let's say they monetize it like Where Winds Meet and they're making money hand over fist. If all of a sudden they have another product that's making a ton of money, they're not going to say, oh, well, we still have this other product that's making money, but we're going to stop supporting it. They'll just take the money from both, right? So maybe the main thing that will drive it is if a real competitor comes out. I doubt anyone would ever spend money inside of a single-player game. I don't know about that. I mean, take a look at Genshin. Isn't that practically single-player? Don't people spend money hand over fist on that? I think largely, I mean, there is some PvP in Where Winds Meet, but I think you're mostly single player. Yeah. I mean, most people play Path of Exile, like, completely solo, and they don't join parties or anything. Same with Diablo. And people will pay money on cosmetics and stuff like that. So, I think unless you're monetizing progression, I think a lot of people won't bother paying for progression in a single-player game, because that just kind of shortens your single-player experience. But in terms of cosmetics, I think people are definitely incentivized more when other people can see their drip to pay more, but I don't think that means that it's just all of a sudden going to stop and they're going to make no money. Yeah, I think Where Winds Meet did a lot of really good things, and I would like to see damage. Yeah. I think what are you talking about? That was a completely unrelated thing, Forrest. Completely unrelated. Fuck, what was I saying? I really hoped that Pearl Abyss would see like the successes of Where Winds Meet and realize that some of those things can be emulated in BDO. It's crazy what a sleeper Where Winds Meet was. I had no idea about it until like a week or two before that shit came out. It's not like these other games like fucking Star Citizen or Ashes of Creation that people are hyping it up for years and years and years and years. That shit just appeared out of nowhere and has been doing fantastic. I never said that. I think you misheard me. AOC is straight up garbage? Not really. It looks like garbage and it runs like garbage, but there's some systems in the game like they've done alright with. Apparently of a lot of the most recent MMOs, the combat actually feels pretty good. I don't think a game's combat needs to be BDO's combat. I think BDO has kind of tainted our expectations of MMO combat, and now people are like considering it like the benchmark instead of the golden standard, right? Like obviously, like this is the apex. This is the apex of MMO combat still, but that doesn't mean a game has to imitate this combat to be good. And from what I hear, Ashes of Creation's combat feels satisfying. But I also think that a lot of BDO players, people who genuinely love BDO, are just a different style of gamer too, right? Like WoW combat, it felt good at the time, but now like going back to it and, you know, having global cooldowns and all that stuff, it just feels so slow now. There's still some strategy behind it and knowing what your opponents are doing and trying to force them into certain positions, but it almost feels like when you have a global cooldown, it's almost like a game of chess as opposed to reflexes and skill and reaction, right? Obviously, there's still a little bit of that. I don't want to say like, imply like there's none of it. In WoW, I played Paladin. I fired up my WoW account like, what was that, a few months ago? Because I was just curious. It's been so long since I played the game, and I had to show off my Savage Gladiator mount. And I could have swore I had a Brutal Gladiator mount, but I couldn't find it anywhere, so I might have been just misremembering. I did, yeah. Back in Season 2. And like I said, I could have swore Season 3 as well, but I can't find the mount anywhere, so maybe I didn't. It's been a long fucking time, so I might be just misremembering. Maybe it was the season I was trying for it, but didn't quite get it. I used to play WoW way more, for lack of a better word, autistically than I play BDO. Because back then, I was living at home with mom and dad. I didn't have a wife. I didn't have kids. I didn't have responsibilities. I didn't have bills. I was just playing that shit non-fucking-stop. "16 hours a day, go to bed, wake up, more WoW." Anybody remember what my armory thing was? It's like Zethiann something or another. Is it the same as your BattleNet ID? It probably is, right? You were 30 living with your parents? How old do you think I am, Dragor? I'm not like fucking 50. What's my BattleNet ID? One second, let me open up BattleNet. 35, 73, 49, Jesus. $43, close. WoW came out in 2000, right? So that would have been 26 years ago. So that would have made me 16. That's fucking crazy to think about. And then, I think it was late the Burning Crusade where Arenas came out, or maybe mid Burning Crusade. BC was 2006, so that'd have been 20 years ago. Yeah, so I'd have been 22. Yeah, I loved Wrath of the Lich King. That was my favorite expansion. And then when Cataclysm came out, it just started to feel like Blizzard was just like regurgitating. They would reskin mobs. Not even reskin mobs. It's like they would take the same texture and just recolor it. And like, I don't know, Cataclysm just felt very boring to me and regurgitated. So I lost interest and stopped playing MMOs for quite a while. You are way better now that a mode is atrocious. Yeah, you say that. If I shaved off this fucking beard, you would be praising that. You'd say, go back to that. You should see me without a beard. And just think, that Zeth you see in that picture, that's the Zeth that picked up my wife. What the hell? What was she thinking? Beards are a man's makeup. They truly are. Oh yeah, I was loading BattleNet. Zethiann 1177. Yeah, people were telling me like my Amani Warbear. They're like, yeah, that Warbear is actually really sick too. I was like, yeah. I remember liking it. I remember riding the Warbear around a lot. It was kind of fun. Like I said, I fired up WoW and then I refunded it. I had put in a ticket and got them to give me back. Actually, that was the first time. The second time, Valkia was like, yeah, I'll let you show it. And then she just gifted me or donated $10. Yeah, I played Paladin. I got Gladiator on Red Paladin before it was cool. I remember it was like, if I'm not mistaken, that season, and I wish there was a way to go back and see, but I remember I remember hearing there was one Ret Paladin higher rated than me, and I'm sure you guys all know who that was. The man isn't exactly unknown in Vanguards, yeah. Man's a legend in WoW. Zethiann, yeah. Zethiann was kind of just like an RPer. When I was playing, like he would RP that he was the best, and he would have videos that were fun to watch, but I don't remember ever seeing him doing anything competitive at that time, but my memory might be foggy. Why is there a 1 right there? Like, I know it's sold, but where's the circle around the 1? Oh? Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's right. I remember when, whether it was, maybe it was both, the Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King. But I remember, yeah, he like speed ran to the max level. If I remember correctly, there was like a video of him on a beach, and he's basically just running back and forth while there's groups of people killing the packs as they spawn, and he's just making sure like he's within range as they kill it, or tagging them or something like that. I can't remember the exact specifics. But shit, a win's a win, right? For anybody who was trying to compete to be max level, a win's a win, no matter how you get there. As long as you don't cheat, right? As long as you follow the game's rules. He tagged the mobs. Yeah, I remember it being something like that. That sounds right. I can't believe I remembered that. Isn't that crazy? How something so small and so trivial that, like, it'll be like this most random thing that years later, fucking over a decade later, I actually vaguely remember. Crazy how our brains work like that. You missed Justin TV before it was Twitch? Yeah. There was also another platform that people used to use. I can't remember the name of it. It wasn't super popular. I mean, streaming was obviously in its infancy at that point. And we can't remember what we ate for lunch 7 days ago. Yeah. Shit. My wife will tell me, hey, when you're out, can you do this? And then I'll get home and I'll realize I forgot to do it. Dragor? You know what's funny? That picture isn't even that bad. You know what's funny about that? Here, let me show you guys what Dragor just sent me. I wonder if I could just do this. I've never tried to do this. Let me copy the link. Add. Let's see. Maybe if I do like a browser source and then do the link. Yo, that actually works. So, you know what's funny about that picture is that's pretty close. But that picture there, it definitely, like, that's a decent jaw. I'd be happy with that jaw. I might have a second chin hidden on... Actually, maybe it's the beard inhibiting it, but it doesn't feel as big as it used to be. Maybe if I go like this. That's on her for not writing a note. We're men. True. Oh, that's the worst. I'll go upstairs to grab something and completely forget what I went to grab. There's some type of psychological reason for that, though. It's like not necessarily a sign of like dementia or anything, but apparently just the concept of changing your environment and going through doorways, that all of a sudden it's like you're in a new frame of reference and you're trying to carry over like previous data to a new frame of reference, that sometimes throws our brain for a loop. There's actually like a psychological explanation for that. Oh my goodness. Those Forest Hunter buffs are doing fucking work. By the way, Forest Hunter, they're, you guys at war with Corrupt? Because there is a really pesky Corrupt member out here. Was it something Fire? I'm trying to remember what that old streaming site was too. Not just Justin TV, but there's something that was like, not like Crossfire, not. I think Xfire was like a domain name. What the fuck was it? There was some. No, not owned, not Curse. I mean, maybe those things too. No, it wasn't an apps. Xfire was like Discord before Discord. Okay, no, I'm thinking of something else. X videos, there it is. PvP on there every day. Penis versus oh wait, wrong. Sorry, wrong PvP. No, there was another website that was like streaming early in the days. I can't fucking remember. Maybe I'm just not remembering the name at all. Ustream? I remember Ustream, but that's not the one I'm thinking of. No, not Justin TV. That's... Someone else said that, Dragor. I just leaned into it for comedic value. Owned? I remember Owned. If I'm not mistaken, I think Wreckful, RIP, he streamed a lot on this earlier website. Maybe this was even before Justin TV. There was another website. I could have swore. Man, not that it even really matters. It's just bugging me now trying to remember it. Not Meta Cafe. I'd totally remember it if I heard it. Maybe the next AFK phase, I'll see if I can search around Google. Maybe there's some information I could find. Mixer? No. Huh. No, no. I remember Hitbox, but that's also not the one. Was Dailymotion a streaming website? I'm pretty sure that was just videos, wasn't it? I don't remember seeing streaming on it. My free cams? Is that like download free RAM or whatever too? Is that like one of those websites, Dragor? Tries to trick you into thinking you could download a free webcam? Hey, new to PvP, what's the general consensus on Awaken Witch and Wizard? Not in an ideal spot. The BDO community tends to have this mentality where if they're not first, they're last. They got that Ricky Bobby mentality. And Awakened casters are probably closer to the bottom than they are to the top. Yeah, let's go with that. What's wrong? You don't want to explain, Dragor? You don't want to take the time to explain? How come? They would get a lot more participation in Solaire if they actually just weren't so fucking stupid with the rewards and made a new outfit every season and had cool titles and shit involved with it. Something as small as that would make the AOS significantly more competitive every season. Chatterbait? I don't even know what that is. That word reminds me of something else. Oh, that's right, conflagrate. That's what it reminds me of. Does that have to do with fire? Is that website fire? You can take one look at me. Are you profiling me? Are you fucking profiling me? The fuck? Those top donor glasses? Oh, he does have those top donor glasses. Oof. I wish. I'll be completely honest. I've never understood those websites. When you have all of when you have a whole array of free assets to look at, to purvey on the internet, why the hell would you go and pay for it? I don't get it. What's up, Beanie? Oh, that's right. I was gonna look something up. Chatterbait. Just kidding. Okay. What was it? Early streaming websites. Earliest streaming game streaming websites. Let's see. Game streaming websites before Twitch. Let's see. Maybe I'm just like, maybe my memory is sucking. Maybe it is one of these other ones like owned. Owned, Hitbox. Maybe Ustream. Yeah. Do you not add your level to the title? Yes. Yes, 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 yes. In fact, even fucking better. I don't know why I haven't done that sooner. Blagus, 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 blom, 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 bing, 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 spiggity bum, spiggity bum, spiggity bum, yes, yes, yes. Honestly, the size of that prosthetic that guy has on his lap, I would not be able to make it through that whole thing. I'd be so gassed after. Like, he's out of air, like he's struggling, I'd be fucking dead. I'd be so dead. Light work for a man like me. Yeah, you're a fiend, aren't you? Watch out, ladies. This man about to treat you like an Oreo. And he's gonna start with the filling. Do you have smooth motion turned on? Sometimes. It feels nice in some environments. Other environments, it feels unnecessary. It's definitely something, because what smooth motion is it's just the earliest frame gen, right? It's 1x frame gen. So, if you have low FPS and you use it to up your FPS, because of the way frame gen works, is it has to hold a frame while because it basically holds the previous frame and the new frame, and then generates a frame in the middle. And that frame that it's holding adds input latency. So if you have a really bad and low frame rate, and you use it, then, yeah, you might be getting higher FPS, but you're really going to feel the impact of that frame being held. But if you have a higher frame rate and you use it, then that one frame being held, it might not be like a difference of 20 milliseconds. It might be just like 5 milliseconds, right? Of a difference. And 5 milliseconds is obviously going to feel a lot less impactful than 20 milliseconds. 20 milliseconds is very noticeable. 5 milliseconds, not so much. Really depends on what your native frame rate already is. And also, the game specifically too, right? Some games are hard capped at certain frame rates. So using frame gen to smooth out the play experience, like some games are capped at 60 FPS. So frame gen can go a long way at making those games feel or look a little smoother. Just like anything, right? Frame generation is a tool that needs to be used properly. Same way like with a hammer. A hammer works great on nails, not so good on screws, right? Use it properly and it'll be it can be of benefit. Yo, you just hit yourself in the dick with a hammer? Damn. You know what I wonder? You know how there's some dudes who like to get their balls abused? They'll like it when people beat their balls with different things or step on them. I wonder if the reverse is also true. Like, there's obviously guys out there who will pay to have that done to them. But I wonder if there's women out there that'll pay to do that to guys. There has to be, right? I feel like every kink is probably like, there's some symmetry to it. Where there's some people, their kink is being on the opposite end of it. Looking for some supplemental income. Hey, you pay me enough? You pay me enough, everybody has a price. Everybody has a price. Not looking for it. But for enough money, maybe I will. Like, think about it. You might not be interested in kissing a dude, but if all of a sudden somebody says, yo, $100, kiss your buddy, you might still say no. $1,000 if you kiss your buddy. Now you guys might be like, oh, it is $1,000. Is that with tongue or just a peck? With a tongue. I don't know. $10,000. Okay, yeah, we'll do tongue, right? There's always a threshold. The threshold differs from person to person, but everybody has a threshold. And that goes for anything. And there's also variables too, right? If it's go play, what do they call it? Tonsil hockey with some homeless guy down under the bridge? That's gonna cost a lot more money than your homie, you know? There's variables. You ever seen that clip? You know what that reminds me of, Dragor? There's a video clip where there's these two dudes sitting there. It's like a podcast or something. They're sitting on a couch, and the one dude is like about to propose a situation to the other guy, and he's like, I can't remember the amount of money, but he's like, if I were to give you $10,000, would you? And before he finishes, the guy goes, I'm sucking it. And he's like, what? God damn it, I didn't finish. Oh, that clip cracked me the fuck up. Oh, goddamn, that one's so goddamn good. The guy asking the question is so caught off guard. Where is? Let's see if I can find it. That shit is a classic. Oh, 100 mil. Here it is. Oh, God. Right? Everybody has a fucking price, man. Everybody has a price. It doesn't have to be money. True. True. There could be an exchange of goods and services. The main thing is not what is your price. Sorry, not if you have a price, but what is your price. Damn, Biscuit. You're going dark. Holy. It'd be irresponsible to not do it for 100 mil. 100 mil's 100 mil. You can do a lot to fade those memories away. Yeah, you're acting like you don't have price. I bet your price is lower than the rest of us, Spaz. I bet you would pay me to do it. You would pay me to do it to me. I guess I should specify it. Bill doing it for free right now. Anybody doing it for free? Sound like there's some VIPs in the making in chat. Yeah. To me, it wouldn't even be a pride thing either, right? I'm comfortable enough with my sexuality. That doesn't change anything. All it would do is put money in my pocket. Just gonna throw this out there. If you're the type of person that's worried that one penis in your mouth is all of a sudden gonna make you gay, you're probably already gay. Just saying. What about 2? 2, definitely. Now you caught it. And there's no cure. Because I'm afraid, yeah. Ignorance is bliss, right? You might become a fiend. It might be like that first... Oh! All of a sudden, nobody's safe around you. What a conversation. I think we should move on. How's everybody's day going? Ben. Oh, shit. Well, since Dragor doesn't want to move on, and that's an interesting question. If the situation did arise and I had time to prep, I would totally do a ton of research. I'd be looking up guides and stuff online to, yeah, make that journey as short as possible. I can't get over how dumb of a conversation this is. Oh my goodness. Catch you later, Spaz. Have a good one. Just to be prepared, you know? That video with the grapefruit. No. Pretty sure you just need to do what you like done to you? Yeah, I guess that's a good point. I haven't had a grapefruit in a long time. When I was younger, I used to love grapefruits. Cut that shit in half, you just sprinkle a little bit of sugar on it, and then like eat it with a spoon. Make sure when you cut it in half, you cut it like against, like, you know how an orange, how it has the segments on the inside? Well, the grapefruit's the same thing. And you cut it against that, so you can like scoop into it. And like pull the things out of the groups. Shit's delicious. Making me want to get some grapefruit. Ooh, okay. What is this? Grapefruit technique. I'm scared. Oh my god! Yo. Yo. She got some technique though. Why that sound? That sound is so bad. Holy shit. Is that like the earliest ASMR? Is that what started ASMR? Jesus. I wonder if it would be bad if I made that a sound effect on Twitch. Yeah, I don't think I could do that. All he's gonna say is I could have been fucking a grapefruit all these years. Holy. That shit is too funny. Oh man. The internet was so good. Why don't we see funny shit like that these days? What happened to our internet? Make that a sound redeem? No. Sometimes I wonder if maybe even just the moan is a little too far. Especially with the way you guys spam it sometimes. Oh, man. I should probably order some pizza. Before I forget. And then the party started and everybody's like, no, not for me. Not for me. I need to order pizza for the party for later. And if I just order it now for pickup at like 5, then I know it'll be ready. Make sure you change your sheets and deep clean your bathrooms today. What the hell happened to your house, Ark? Did you like shit yourself and then run to the bathroom and shit the whole way there? What the fuck? Man was laying in bed, trusted a fart, realized it was a squirter, but he crossed the point of no return and then squirted his way, left a trail all the way to the bathroom. Can you ask a question? Yeah, absolutely. Do folks actually end up shitting pants that often? Couldn't you just... Yeah, I was about to say. I don't even remember the last time I shit my pants. But to be fair, I don't even remember what I had for lunch 7 days ago, so it could have been 8 days ago I shit my pants. I feel like I'd remember that, though. I feel like I'd remember that. I feel like that would stick out in my memory. The only thing I could think of is, Ark, is there's some people who live their life dangerous. Not only do they trust their farts every time, but they push full throttle every time they feel something. And sometimes it's a loaded gun. I think maybe that's something that comes with age, right? Where you don't push, you relax a little. You just let a little air out. And then if all of a sudden you feel that very unique feeling, you're like, oh wait, yeah, that's not a fart, that's a poop. And then you quickly clench it back up. But there might be some people out there who are, yeah, fearless farters. They just push. They're just playing with a loaded gun. That is a goated guild name? That should be a guild name. If we ever go back to Planetside one day and start up another outfit, that'll be the outfit's name. You guys just gotta remind me. Oh, man.
I'm beginning to feel like a rap god, all my people from the front to the back now. Who thinks their arms are long enough to slap box? They said I rap like a robot, so call me Rap Bot.
Well, it sounded like he was about to cry at the end there. Breakfast, 5 eggs? Damn. I'm at 2 to 3 eggs, depending on how hungry I am and what else I'm having with it. If I got like bacon, potatoes, and all that stuff, then I'll just do 2 eggs. If it's just like toast and some eggs, then I'll do 3. Bagels? Bagels is good. Cereal? I fucking love cereal. What about, I eat cereal more often in the evenings than I do in the mornings. Cereal is such an awesome late night snack. Yep. Raisin bread and some eggs? Raisin bread's banging. Especially if you have like a cinnamon raisin bread. What about like waffles? You got waffles, pancakes, French toast, Pop-Tarts, strudels. I agree. Waffles. I prefer waffles over pancakes. With or without peanut butter. My daughter loves them with peanut butter. I'm just a sucker for some butter and some maple syrup. And it has to be maple syrup. Fuck that corn syrup garbage you guys use in the United States. Ugh. That shit is nasty. Am I looking forward to coming to any of the upcoming events? Or looking forward to any of the upcoming events? Or content? Holy fuck. I'm just like adding words and changing words. Jesus Christ, I just need to stop reading with my brain and actually read with my... I just need to read. Not particularly. Could be more circles somewhere else. Oh. Grinding the colors for my armor and my weapons is going to be short-lived. My new crystals. I'm probably going to have no reason to go to underwater. Unless underwater has a brand new crystal too. Dragor moment, that's right. I'm still annoyed that that's not showing in the on-screen chat. Does that other one? No, Fiki doesn't either, right? Why are those two not showing in the on-screen chat? I thought it was a 7TV thing, but there's other 7TV emotes that do work. Oh, man, I need some coffee. You know what? I'll tempt these guys. If you guys want to sell it to me at min price, I'll take it. I'll put up a little order at min price and tempt both those guys who are undercutting each other. Now the first one who caves is the one that gets their money. How much more mastery does a deck have over a try per eon? Probably like, what, 60 or something like that? 50, 60? Definitely. I think they'll even go lower than that, Arc. I think they'll go somewhere between 200 and 300. I guess it depends on how quickly you want it. I think eventually they might even end up min price. But I think that'll take a little bit of time. But they'll definitely be a lot cheaper than they are now. Oh shit, 145 mastery. Damn, that's higher than I expected. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I eventually want full deck pre-on. So, if I can get good deals on them, I'm not gonna go rushing into it. Price only 90? Oh shit, even bigger! Yo. $135. Oh, so it's not even $250 a deck? Oh, you said neck. Okay, maybe the neck is higher. This is the belt we were talking about. What's that? It's a little event Angeli is running with a bunch of BDO streamers. I don't know specifically what it is, but it's supposed to be similar to, like, I think she compared it to something that happens in, like, RuneScape, right? Content? What the fuck you mean? You trying to say I'm not content? Farming sim? What you mean? Oh. Well, we'll be doing our farms again in shortly. Oh, what? Shining? Have you seen how much the Shining is currently? Oh, excuse me. Whew. Excuse me. Thank you. What party are you having tonight? There is a... Oh, fuck. Excuse me. My daughter's having some friends stay the night for her 13th birthday party. So there's going to be about nearly a dozen teenagers running around this house. Yeah. All jacked up on Mountain Dew. Nah, root beer. Got a big old case of root beer for him, and it was like this lychee soda. My daughter was excited about it, so I grabbed a case of it. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? You know what I'm talking about. Who cares about correcting me? Isn't it translated to milk? I don't know. Maybe it's something else, but whatever it is. Root beer? Huh. Fun fact, it's called root beer because it's actually from the root of a plant. The flavoring. I remember when I was younger, young, in the summertime, my parents used to always send me to this like camp. And you would go out for a full week with these counselors. And they would, you'd do portaging. Every night you would set up tents at a brand new location. And it was like a whole week-long thing. And I remember, as we're hiking across some land with our canoes and stuff, we put our shit down to take a break. And one of the counselors says, Origin, sorry, shut up. Says, you guys want to see something? We're like, okay. So, of course, we all, I was probably like maybe 14 at the time or something. So we all follow, get close. He leans down and pulls a plant out of the ground. And then there's like a little creek right there and rinses it off in the creek. And says, basically explains to us that that's the root of the flavoring of root beer. And then, of course, you know, he passes it around. There's a few of them around there for the people who are willing to chew on the root and see what it tastes like. And sure enough, when you chew on the root of the plant, it tastes just like root beer. Oh, root beer floats are so good. You get that A&W root beer. Nice, big, thick dollop of vanilla ice cream. That sounds good. Throw some vodka in there, too. Didn't all camps close in the 1960s? Yeah, wouldn't you know, old man yarn? Wouldn't you know? Hey, the big and thick was about the ice cream, not about the road. Am I excited for the new Star Zen grind? I'm indifferent. I mean, we'll try it out. I'll be excited for it if it ends up being fun. It might not be fun, right? I hope it's fun. Someone needs to explain to Ellie that she can use blackstone powder with the simple alchemy she's doing to dramatically speed it up. Because she's processing these stones one at a time. Maybe she's just trying to kill time? But if she isn't, maybe I should? I can't. I'm grinding. I might die to mobs. The AP requirement is 60 lower. So it's like 1920 to 1950. I think they did 60 lower because they know that we don't have these guys, right? Like 1 bill each boss? Shit. Maybe I should get out there. I need one more primordial ember for a primordial flame. Maybe one got lucky and the other got a little unlucky. Don't the Land of the Morning Light bosses give stacks? Maybe you don't realize it, but the stacks are going in your enhancement window. Maybe that's where the disconnect is. No shot, Ellie just one shot a Splendid Stone. Yeah, Ellie did. Oh, 1 to yes. Oh, I'm not mad at all. Oh, I guess that was 3 taps. I thought that was 1. That was the first one I saw. No. Maybe I would maybe consider it at 1.5 trillion, but I could not even 200 or 2 trillion. It's free if you want to tap it, basically. Blended, not shining. Shining is way more than that. $1 trillion. That's the min price. That's the crazy thing, is even if you pity shining, when you sell it, you still earn money. If you sell it at the absolute min price of 1 trillion. Oh shit, did I accidentally let that reset? Damn it. Yo, what's up, grown as fuck? How you doing today? Yeah, the ingots are like 20 mil a click. I mean, 20 mil over 250 clicks is what? 5 bill? 5 bill worth of ingots over 250 clicks? Yeah, exactly, right? Everybody has so many. I already processed enough ingots in... It was 3 evenings of playing Diablo 4 where I was processing. And I managed to process enough ingots for over one of my shinings. And it was only like 1 hour one evening, maybe 2 or 3 hours the other 2 evenings. Just tabbing in once every hour. Yeah, they should have. They should have a lot. That would have been a great way to use resources between using plywood and stuff for the protection, ingots for sharp and stuff. I would have actually been much more fine if they dumped like a ton of the cost into that. the thing is that would have made processing up huge, right? People who want to process for money could literally just sit there, buy ore off the market, process it, and sell it. And then the people who don't want to process can pay a premium to the life scalers who are willing to, and then they could just buy the ingots and do their clicks, right? Like, there was such a missed opportunity there, once again. I mean, if there's any phrase you can use to describe Pearl Abyss and their development to this game is missed opportunity, missed opportunity, missed opportunity. I don't know how many changes they've done to this game, where if you have been an active player of this game, you just see the missed opportunity every time. For them to make something that's old and useless meaningful again. How much you can make by processing? Well, if you already have the ores, it depends on what you're processing. Some good ores, like platinum and zinc and stuff like that, are pretty good money. It's obviously not as good as actively grinding, but considering you can go AFK at a time, like an hour at a time if you have enough weight on your character, it's pretty good AFK money, right? If you're just around the house doing other things. Other things like copper and iron, a lot less money, right? It's probably like a couple 100 mil an hour. But that would have been a great way. Like, the Alchemy Stone system would have been a great way to get those up above 250 mil an hour to maybe half a bill or maybe even $1 billion an hour for processing. Missed opportunity. Here, I need to check my farms. Yeah. They were temporarily max price because everybody panicked, and they made it seem like that's what they were going to do. When they said that they were going to take it away from crons, and more of the cost was going to be in terms of sharps and other things, it implied that it was, like, a lot of people thought, oh, okay, it's going to be a lot more of the polishing materials. And it ended up not. Oh, man. Yeah, I started buying them at 500. I think there's still a lot of FOMO. I think one thing that's important to understand, Chaos Silence, is this is going to snowball, right? We just had one cycle of clicks, and a lot of people who are just new to the Alchemy Stone, right? They were just chilling with a Veil. They had to try to get a, see if they could get a Resplendent. But every week, there's going to be more and more people clicking for Splendid than the previous week. It'll be interesting once we are about 10 days in. Right? Once we have 3 data points. The initial data point, as the 5-day data point, and then the 10-day data point. You don't want to wait to 4 to 6 months? I don't think you'll be waiting that long. What's the best method to get it if you're not in a hurry? Well, there's only 2 ways to get it. You either buy it or you make it. If you're not in a hurry, you make it. Making it will always be cheaper. If you are in a hurry, you buy it. Starting from scratch? Well, you don't have to start from the bottom. You could buy one of the lower tiers. Wait for them to drop in price. The thing is there's no reason to rush right now. It's not like Edania, right? Where you want to get your DP and your AP up so you can start doing higher bosses and getting more stones every week. No, there's nothing like that. Every 5 days you're getting your rifts, no matter how far progressed you are or not. So you can start accumulating full clicks, all your clicks already, right? And then just take your time and be patient and buy a Resplendent later down the road, or a Splendid. And now all of those clicks, they're waiting for you in your inventory as long as you have the silver to back them. What I think is going to happen, Chaos, is the prices of the Splendids are going to continue to drop, and then people are going to see the supply of them disappearing. And people are going to panic near the end. And then in 5 days, almost all of the ones for sale will be gone. And there will be a whole new wave of people getting Splendid. And they're going to be deciding, oh shit, should I make money or should I keep this? And there's going to be a ton who are going to look at it and say, I've lived this long without that little bit of attack speed. I'd rather dump that silver into like my weapons or something and get some more meaningful stat gains. And then you'll have like a whole new wave of people selling. The price will start to drop more. And I think every time, right, as the price gets lower and lower, it now opens that market to a lot more people who are willing to purchase it. So it'll slow down as it gets closer to where it's supposed to be. But I think I don't think you're going to have to wait 6 months to get a decent price. Yeah. It's a very inconsequential amount of stats, too. Like, I've been grinding with a Vel's Heart and using a Vel's Heart for almost all content for who knows how long now, right? The difference is very inconsequential. So if you can save yourself a couple $100 bill, why not, right? And that's the cool thing, is you don't even have to... It's not even like it's hindering your ability to accumulate more clicks. As soon as you do manage to get a Splendid at a reasonable price, now you might have like 50 clicks ready to go. Instead of only having like 20 if you tried to make it from the ground up. Is that attack speed even worth it? For the amount you spend on it currently, there's so many more upgrades that are way more worth it. Even going for a deck weapon is more worth it. Or maybe it's similar to like a deck weapon in terms of value that it provides to your character. It's not a meaningful upgrade, and it's definitely an upgrade that a lot of people should not even be considering. That I understand why people are quick to sell it, because there's so many more meaningful upgrades. The thing is, too, like, you don't even have to be that progressed to be working on it. It's not like you have to be an in-game player or anything like that. 10 bill a week to do your clicks? Very, very affordable. And all you got to do is do your rifts every 5 days, right? So, like, almost everybody right out of seasons can afford to be clicking that shit. There's going to be tons of people making Splendids, and they'll be early in their progression to say, hey, I'd rather have the silver. I could get way more upgrades. Are you suggesting? No, I'm suggesting they're going to go down more, Drac, not up. You should be trying to sell now as quickly as possible. If you do, in fact, want the money, they will continue to go down. But like I said, as it gets lower and lower, and because it operates in 5-day cycles, you're going to see it, like, come down, and then as the supply starts to diminish, maybe they sell out, maybe they bounce back up a tiny little bit, and then all of a sudden, the 5-day mark, and everybody gets their rifts, all of a sudden it's going to be race them in again, and then it's going to happen in cycles. And every single 5-day cycle, it won't crash nearly as hard as the previous cycle. Until it eventually reaches a reasonable price. But it is going to snowball. Right? Because right now, there's a lot of people. They had to start with a base stone, and they had to go through sturdy, sharp, resplendent. So they didn't even get a chance to click on Splendid. Well, next week, there's going to be way more people clicking for Splendid than there was this week. So, yeah, in the earlier weeks, it's going to probably accelerate every 5 days. But then it's going to slowly slow down on a 5-day cycle. Are my pets not fed? Why are they not looting that loot over there? I keep wanting to open those ores, but I keep remembering these quests. Did I manage to sell all 3? No. Not a single person has bought a protection stone. I sold my life stone, but I fucked up with the Vels one, the destruction one. I wanted to sell it, but when I was on Global Lab, when you combined it, you were unable to upgrade it, and I wanted to confirm for stream that you could... I wanted to investigate for stream that PA allowed you to upgrade it while it was combined. So I combined it, and then I did my 4 clicks, and I had no stones to extract the Vel, so I can't sell it. So, a little bit pissed off about it, but, I mean, it's just silver. It's not like I'm financially ruined because of it. But I'm happy I sold the Lifestone. I sold the only Lifestone that sold so far. Right, not a single protection stone is sold, but the one sale of the Lifestone was mine, and let's keep hitting the other one. Oh, looks like another one of these just sold. There was 31 earlier. Yeah, so these are starting to deplete. I think before the 5 days up, these are going to be gone, and a lot of people are going to panic, and I might try to sell it at the 5-day mark. I won't obviously make as much as the people who got to sell it at 800, but I think even selling it at this. No, Voodoo. I hate talking about anything because I swear people are always only half paying attention, and everything I talk about, I have to explain multiple times. Yes, you can click it when it's combined. Sorry, what did you say? I like turtles. On Global Lab, you couldn't click it when it was combined. And I told the stream that that's nonsense. That'd be the equivalent of not being able to click your Sovereign weapon if you had a Garmoth on it. So when the servers came up and this shit finally hit live, I combined it to show that you could click it. And in the process of doing that, I made it so I couldn't sell my stone. Who puts all the AP buffs in my manor? I'm not sure who does that, all the guild ones. It's not me. I'm way too fucking cheap to do that. But they are... They're the GOAT. I don't know who does that, but they're the GOAT. I think it's, no, he's not even in the guild. Maybe it's Daza? No. Yeah? No? I don't know who it is. I wish there was a log. Is there a guild manor log somewhere? Maybe I can see who's doing it. You think it's Amar? Okay. Yeah, I don't use them at all. I always just use my own, but... Yeah, he does that like crazy for the guild. He is... Yeah, it's definitely not Vert, that's true. Wait, is Vert going in there and using them? Is he just using them? That's it. There should be no hats allowed. This way we can keep Vert out. You have to take off your hat before coming into my manor. And then we know that there will be no Verts ever inside. You know what I do want, though? I want this. These guys need to cave. I put up my order because there's 2 people fighting. Maybe I can get one of them to fold and lose the marketplace PvP. Oop, wrong one. G. Guild storage. Is it view history? Manor? Oh my god! Look at these rats! Use. Install. Use. Collect. Use. Install. Collect. Look at all these users. Pick them all? Yeah. I'm telling Corgi on you. Am I excited to leave Frogs next week? I hope so. I'm apprehensive. I mean, I could be right back to frogs. I just got to go to Star's End to get the new crit crystals, and then I can come back to frogs. Exactly. Exactly, Karma. I want Star's End to be fun. There's no guarantee it's gonna be fun. That place might be fucking miserable. Watch it be nothing but ranged mobs that try to run away from you while you're fighting them. They scatter in opposite directions every time. That shit could be miserable. And then everything they do. And then they have like 4 different CCs. There's some mobs that knock you down. There's some mobs that stun you. So you end up having to wear... You can't even end up capping on all the resists. Because it won't even let you wear that many. They can make a place unfun real fast. Yeah, you'd have to play Shy. Oh, man. But even then, Shy would suck with mobs that scatter. It would be so toxic. It would be so toxic. I kind of like it. That'd be kind of funny. Resist Lightstone set, those would be up huge. From Global Labs, it looks like Old Stars End. Yeah, possibly. Probably, they'll probably add some little nuance behind it. But it should be interesting. It's always fun having something new to figure out, even if it ends up being shit. It's exciting for that first little bit. I was worried that with them adding Mirmok and Gyfin, which I'm not really interested in group grind spots, I was worried that they're going to be like, okay, we're good for a while, right? And then wipe their hands of it. I mean, take a look at how long they forgot Gyfin and Mirmok. That shit was announced at the Heidel Ball like a year and a half ago. Imagine if that happened with Star's End and Sakraya, where they just forgot about it for like over a year. If I'm not mistaken, they announced that shit at the... It was either the 2024 Heidel Ball or the 2024 Calpheon Ball. And now we're in 2026. We're finally getting them. That's fucking wild. A good source of corrupted oils. It's going to be really nice to actually have a effective means for corrupted oils. I wonder what they're going to do for a new unique drop at Sakraya. Maybe new horse gear? Maybe an item to upgrade your horse gear? Because you used to use Sacred Songs for horse gear, right? So maybe they'll have like a new item for upgrading your horse gear, and maybe horses will finally be tanky. An item to upgrade Voltarian? That would actually be sick. Holy. I felt a little tingle where I tinkle when you said that. Jesus, that sounds great. But you're thinking too positively? It'll drop Debo rings? Oh, 100%. Star's End drops Distos and Debo rings. Underwater will definitely drop Tungrad rings and Debo rings. But they still have the new crystal, right? But there is no like crystal that dropped it underwater. The only thing that was really unique at underwater was the I guess the merchant ring piece, but as well as the Sacred Song, which wasn't ever used for anything. There's the Abyssals, but the Corrupteds kind of take place of the Abyssals, so I don't think that that's as... Could you imagine if it still drops Abyssals? Oh, that'd be so frustrating. A new draft with 30 more monster AP. Who knows? Maybe a way to upgrade your harmonies one more step to gain 30 monster AP. That'd be kind of cool. Oops. I accidentally misclicked there. Oh my goodness. What warrior is that? That's the sovereign weapons with the Adani armors. And if they give it a white glow, you could dye it the armor all black, but have the white glow, and yeah, you'd look like that. That does look kind of sick. By the way, Chaos, I don't think I will sell my alchemy stones for any less than 400. I think that's my threshold. So in like a few more ticks, I won't bother selling my protection stone anymore, and I'm just going to keep it. Because between tax and buying it back and all the hassle in between, do I really care about 50 or 100 build profit? Not really. It's not that big of a deal. Oh, man. I tell you what, if I do manage to hit a Shining, though, I'm extracting my Vel, and I'm going to let that sit on the market at min price until it's down to, like, 2.5 trillion. If somebody's willing to buy it at anything more than that, I am more than happy to sell it. And I'm sure there's somebody out there who's that allergic to silver. Well, that reminds me, I should order the pizzas. I should place my pizza order now. Do it for pickup. Are you invited? There's a bunch of... There's going to be about a dozen teenage girls here, so no. Nobody in Twitch chat is invited. I don't trust any of you. Fair. Okay. I wonder if I should just order party pizzas or just normal pizzas. They just want a cheese pizza and pepperoni pizzas. And like I said, there's going to be about a dozen of them. If I assume that each is eating 2 slices, if I make sure I get 24 slices, should probably get a little bit more just in case. Somebody wants 3. I know they all won't eat 3. Most of them won't. Oh, large pizzas are only 10 slices. Oh, extra large. Here we go. Add that to cart. Yeah. I wonder if I could do a pizza. Maybe I'll get a third. I'm worried there's gonna be a dozen kids, and if there's only 24 pieces, I am worried. I don't want anybody to be hungry. Maybe I should get a third pizza and have half of it pepperoni and half of it cheese. I wonder if I could do that with their pickup special. Let's see. Pepperoni on half. Yeah. Beautiful. And then I'm going to get a couple of calzones. Or, yeah. Okay, 3 extra large pizzas, 2 calzones, $74. Jesus. Continue as a guest. Let's see, make sure one is perfect. Yeah. If it was delivery too, then it would definitely be. Hey, kiddo, I'm getting 3 pizzas, 1 cheese, 1 pepperoni, and another one that's half cheese, half pepperoni. So this way there's extras, just in case anybody wants a third slice. Okay, pickup for the future. Just 1 second. Yeah, he's probably just around the corner. Okay, so gonna pick him up at 6:15. First name Joe, last name Mama. I should do that when I order the pizza. Okay, and payment options. I'll just pay at the door. Perfect. Pizza's for Joe Mama. That's right. I got some, a couple of calzones. Technically, the ones I got are panzerottis because they're fried, not baked. But there's peppers in them. How do you feel about that, Vela? How do you feel about that, Kiki? Does it piss you guys off? Because I hope it does. Can't be worse than pineapple. Aw, pineapple's awesome. The problem is you got that basic bitch pineapple. If the pizza place that you're getting the pizza from just takes canned pineapple and just puts that shit on there, yeah, of course it's gonna be shit. But if you take like proper freshly cut pineapple, sprinkle a little sea salt on it and slap that shit on the grill, get some nice grill marks on it, and then put it on your pizza, woo, that shit is awesome. That shit is awesome. People's issue with pineapple on pizza, they don't realize it, but it's not the fact that it's pineapple. It's the fact that it's shitty canned pineapple. The texture is straight ass versus what other type of ass? What's the alternative? What's the alternative, Waffle? What are you trying to tell us here? Curved? Yeah, that's right. Good answer. Good answer. Oh, oblong, yeah. Look at that. Resplendent alchemy stones of protection already down to 30. Wait, have you never eaten something with that's sweet and salty? That is a classic combination. Just like sweet and spicy. Sweet and salty is a classic combination. That is definitely not a justification of saying that they don't combine. I don't believe in pineapple. Yeah. I guarantee you, there is more things than you might be willing to admit that have sweet and saltiness that you enjoy. I mean, barbecue sauces. Do you not like barbecue? Like, there's so much barbecue that combines sweet and salty. Ketchup. Ketchup is like the ultimate sweet and salty condiment. Probably one of the world's most popular condiments. Kiki doesn't believe in vegetables? Yeah, I bet he likes cucumbers, and especially zucchinis. The girthier, the better. You got me there? Yeah, sweet and salty. Like I said, I totally understand. Like, it's the same with anything. You make a sandwich, and if you use shitty bread, your sandwich is gonna suck. If you use shitty lettuce, your sandwich is gonna suck. You use shitty meat, your sandwich is gonna suck. Pineapple on your pizza is the exact same thing. And most places use shitty pineapple. You get good, proper pineapple, like real fresh pineapple that has been grilled. Ooh, goddamn. Grilled with a little salt on it, it's fantastic. Anything grilled is it really is, right? Grilling something is almost like adding bacon to any recipe. It's almost a guaranteed win. The only thing you can't really grill, I guess, is soup. But I guess you could grill everything before you put it in the soup, then it's practically a grilled soup. So I guess that works too. Just grill the pineapple, that's what we're talking about. Right? We're saying like pineapple on pizza. I think most people, they don't like pineapple on pizza because it has shitty pineapple. If you have a proper, if you get like a, what's the word I'm looking for? I guess gourmet pizza, right? A pizza that uses proper, fresh, grilled pineapple and puts that on the pizza, you realize it's fantastic on pizza. The thing is, too, is fresh pineapple isn't super sweet also, like canned pineapple. Canned pineapple is soggy and it's like, it feels like you're drinking watered down sugar, right? Where fresh pineapple has that nice citrus flavor that's still very abundant. It's not super sweet. It's completely different. And most pizza places just use canned pineapple. So no wonder why people are against pineapple on pizza. It's because it's shitty pineapple, right? Shrimp and pineapple are the same with prep and quality. Oh, shrimp too. My wife hated shrimp. When we first started dating years ago, before we even married, I remember the first time I suggested we have shrimp, and she's like, "Ew, you like that?" I'm like, "Yeah, I fucking love shrimp." So one time, I made her shrimp, and I didn't tell her I was making shrimp. I didn't tell her what I was making. She was just chilling in the living room. And then I took the shrimp, and I said, "Close your eyes." And I walked in there, and I said, "Open your mouth." And she's like, "You better not do fucking something stupid." And I said, no, don't worry. And I was really tempted to put something else in her mouth, but instead I put the shrimp in her mouth. And she got mad thinking it was my penis, and I said, "No, it's a shrimp, bite down." And she realized it was actually delicious. She was like, "Wait, this is kind of good." Because normally, I guess when she's had shrimp in the past, it's super chewy because it's been overcooked. It's all about not overcooking your shrimp and then just seasoning it properly. And you don't even need to go crazy with it, right? It's the, like just garlic butter is fantastic on shrimp. It's absolutely fantastic. Just don't overcook it. I'll let you guys interpret that. Oh, cocktail sauce is so good. I like a good cocktail sauce that has like an excessive amount of horseradish in it. I love it when it has that bite. Oh my goodness. When you bite the shrimp and the shrimp bites back, damn. Yeah, garlic is amazing too. I love garlic. I use garlic in damn near everything. I live in the Philippines. My girl makes good honey garlic buttered shrimps. Is she single? That sounds great. What am I dropping in the cookbook? I honestly, these days, I feel like whenever we're talking about food, I'm more passionate than when we're talking about BDO. Maybe we need to start changing over to a cooking stream. Maybe I set up my kitchen to be like a little studio and we start doing a little evening cooking stream. I could be the next Gordon Ramsay or Bobby Flay or something. I'll be honest, if I had to choose between eating Gordon Ramsay's food or Bobby Flay's, I'd pick Bobby Flay, because Bobby Flay has a tendency, he seems to always like to put a little bit of heat. A little bit of heat into his food. I fucking love that. I love food with a little bit of heat. You only saw him dropping R-bombs? I've seen him punch a fucking fish, a fillet of fish. That shit cracked me up. You guys seen that? He says something about it. You just see the thing fucking explode. Oh, goddamn. Now that's television. That's fucking television. Was it salmon? It was some type of fish. Oh, goddamn. Let's see if I can see the clip. Let's see if I can find the clip, I mean. I like how I type Gordon, Pa, and then it's punches fish as the first recommendation. This shit. Oh my god, that shit is so fucking funny to me. He just fucking obliterates it. Oh god damn, I can't handle that. It's so unnecessary. Oh, I can't handle that clip at all. He fucking decimated it. Absolutely fucking decimated it. Oh shit. Oh. It fucking blew up, man.
I am entertained by the stupidest things. Shit like that. Holy fuck, it hits my funny bone perfectly.
Oh goddamn. I'm not gonna be able to stop thinking about that for the rest of the night now. I believe it. I believe it. I mean, I've obviously never worked in a kitchen, but I imagine there's some frustrating fucking moments. No, it's canned tuna. Yeah. Time to make a sandwich out of it. Oh shit! I just found another clip. I can watch this shit all fucking day. Look at this one. This is like a montage of 3 different situations. Oh, my fucking eyes are watering. I can't handle it. It's too goddamn funny. The fish to him. Oh. Oh. Oh, someone's vacuuming upstairs. It reminds me, there was a video I seen recently. What are those big, giant, dumb fish in the ocean? They're like massive, but they're like dumb as fuck. They're like the koalas of the ocean. Sunfish, yes. Apparently, in this video I saw, there was a sunfish and an orca whale face to face. And orcas are insidious. Like, they are fucking... They are the kings of the ocean. If you... Dude, another orca out of nowhere rams the sunfish from the side. The thing exploded just like that fish that fucking Gordon Ramsay slapped. The thing was just swimming there. All of a sudden, just fucking like fish confetti everywhere. Absolutely decimated it. Because another orca just, I guess, swam at it full speed. Just blew the thing up. That was Ramsey in another life, yeah. The orca version. Maybe he was saying to the other orca, it's... Oh my god. Somebody needs to dub that. Somebody needs to fucking dub Gordon Ramsay over that video. Holy shit, how is that not a thing already? I want to see if I can find the video of the orca ramming it. It's crazy how it just makes me wonder if it's AI. You just posted it? Oh, did you? Okay. Yeah, this is it. This is the video. Yeah. Somebody needs to dub Gordon Ramsay over that shit. Orcas are ruthless, man. Absolutely ruthless. Oh, yeah. How much does your average orca weigh? Like, they can travel... It's probably the equivalent of getting hit by a full-speed car. Except it's probably even more focused, right? Because you're just hitting them right in the fucking nose. It's like the weight of a vehicle, but behind probably like the equivalent of like maybe a large punch. 3 to 4 tons? Are they that heavy? I knew they were heavy. I didn't expect it to be that much. Holy shit. Yeah. And when you think about it that way, then you're not really surprised that you'd see a fish getting hit by an SUV driving at probably... I mean, how fast can an orca swim? How many miles or kilometers an hour? About, oh god, shut up. Shut up. Oh my, 56 kilometers an hour. So yeah, it's just like full, not highway speed, but just driving down the street. 60, oh god damn it. At least a Newfie isn't fucking around. Yeah. So yeah, when you think about it, something that's that heavy getting hit at that speed. it does make sense how it just turned into a mist of fish, but damn. I mean, I've seen worse ways for animals to go. And you know what's funny? It's like you have all these like animal activists who are like, oh no, all the animals we eat, you know, they should be out living and frolicking in nature. It's like, show me an animal that dies of natural causes in nature. Like 99.9% of animals die probably because they accidentally 99% of them die getting eaten alive, and the other 1% because they've accidentally fallen off a cliff or something. Oh yeah, orcas are insidious. They are insidious creatures. Or just think about if you're an insect and you have like a wasp come. All of a sudden a wasp tackles you to the ground and lays an egg inside of you and you get eaten from the inside out. Like, nature is fucked up, man. Yeah. Now, I understand the complaints with animal cruelty. If you have, like, chickens in cages that are crammed shoulder to shoulder, they can't move. Like, that's fucked up. But it's not like animals in the wild are having amazing lives. I'm pretty sure animals in general, 99% of the time, they're starving, looking for food, trying to find something to eat. Until they eventually find something else that is starved and weakened enough that they can eat that. Because now they can actually catch that because it's so weak. Right? Oh yeah, dolphins aren't the only animal that does that. Squirrels will do that too. What do they call that? Infanticide? I think it's called infanticide. Where like another suitor will come along and try to kill and murder the offspring and the previous mate. I'm pretty sure that's called infanticide. And there's lots of animals in the animal kingdom that do that. Lions too, right? A lion will come in to try to take over a pride, and it has to kill the previous lion. And does the same thing. Like, tons of animals do it in the wild. Nature is scary. Nature is scary. Oh, someone caved! Someone caved! Old man Zeth might get a deck belt. Parasites that go to your brain and make you insane. There's a parasite. I can't remember if it's a caterpillar or a grasshopper or whatever it infects. But there's like this worm parasite that will... Oh, praying mantis. It'll do it with praying mantis. And it will infect the praying mantis. And the praying mantis will eventually go and drown itself. It like turns it into a zombie. Where it'll go around doing its thing and then eventually drown itself. So this way the new worms can escape. The horsehair worm, is that what it's called? And it'll escape into the water to infect new things, and then the cycle will repeat. Man, that is... What a messed up way to die. Caterpillars too, yeah. Nature is crazy. It is nightmare fuel. Cordyceps. What's cordyceps? Do I even want to Google that? It is a genus of parasitic fungi that infects insects, replacing their tissue and sprouting from the host's body. Man. Just really feeling swimming. Just think, you guys. Imagine your soul, your being, is just randomly put into anything on Earth, anywhere on Earth. Think of the odds of you being exactly where you are versus where you could be. Like, I could have been born, like, in the United States. I'm just playing. There's some pretty crazy places you could have been born, right? Could have been one of those creatures. You could have been getting annihilated by a wasp right now, and then in a couple of weeks, its offspring are gonna eat their way out of you. Newfie, it's true. Well, thank goodness we haven't fallen that far. Or Soldier Elkstone. Or succeed. Kinjara? Are you becoming the stream villain? We're not talking about that. That's fucked up. Here I was all happy. Now I got this ache in the pit of my stomach. I think that's just breakfast, maybe. Maybe it's those jalapenos I put in there. Yeah, true. I don't know. I feel like if you take a step back and think of all of the possibilities of what your life could have been and how many more options there are out there that are way worse than the situation you're in, I feel like it helps you appreciate what you have. The fact we're just chilling here, vibing, playing a video game together and talking about nonsense. I think we all have a lot to be grateful for. We all have our problems, but we have a lot to be grateful for. This old fart is high? I wish. I can't wait till my kids move out. I stopped smoking pot as soon as we had kids. I don't even like drinking. I'll have one beer in the backyard while I'm grilling, but that's it. I take my responsibility over my family seriously, and I never want to be put in a position where I'm inebriated and, you know, something happens with one of my kids and I can't be 100% there to try to make the situation better, whether it's taking them to emerge or whatever, right? So, when my kids move out, oh man, it's gonna be like Cheech and Chong up here. We're gonna invite Willie Nelson, Cheech and Chong, Snoop Dogg. It's time to play catch up. And Martha Stewart too, get her here. She can bake the cookies for after. You had a business idea, and now you reminded me when you said grill and bear? I think I said beer. Martha kind of thick, no cap. Yeah. I bet she kind of wild. Yeah. Well, I still get the random phone calls too. Like if I was sitting here on stream just, you know, hitting a bong or something. There are times where all of a sudden I might get a phone call and it's like my daughter and she's like, "I'm not feeling well, Dad. Can I come home?" Like, what am I supposed to do? Stumble into the school all baked? I'd rather not. So. I like having 100% control of my faculties. As long as I'm responsible for the people around me, you know? I'm couch locked. You're gonna have to handle this one on your own, sweetheart. You know the way home.
Have you ever had a dream?
Yo, that is a lot of months. 25, holy.
Das a lot of months.
That's a lot of months indeed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the resubcast. How you doing? Do. Am I missing my house buff again already? Holy fuck, I've grinded way too much today, chat. What is wrong with me? Having a chill day so far. I think I may be just short on AP to grind the new Star's End when it comes out. You might not be, though. Because they dropped the AP requirement by 60 to make up for the fact that we don't have an Adonia crystal. But you're going to be able to put a different AP crystal in that spot, right? So it's not like you're just down 60. You'll be able to put like a Dark Fang or something in there for 5 more. So you'll only actually be down 55 instead of... Sorry, you won't... You'll actually be up 5 more AP. And then also another 6 from the crit, which I was about to get to, yeah. So, relative to your AP difference to Caphra's, you will be actually 6 AP less than that. That difference, right? You'll be, or 6 AP closer. Sorry, 11 AP closer to that. Yeah, yeah. How many paints do you need to completely fill up? I'd say just do that. Get enough paint to fill it up, and then go grind somewhere else. And then once it's empty, then go back. Actually, if you're doing Upper Sakraya, I'd say stop immediately. We're going to have Lower Sakraya in a month, and you're going to be able to get paints and stuff while grinding a spot that's much better money and enjoyable. What's that 5080 worth? I want to sell it for preferably 1800 Canadian. Brand new, they're like 1900 Canadian plus tax. So it's a little bit cheaper, but once you factor in the fact that you wouldn't have to pay tax on it, it's quite a bit cheaper, right? So, I want to sell my 5080. But I'm going to be patient with it. Especially since apparently Asus just announced. I think there's been a lot of confusion about it and like... But it sounds like a lot of the 16 gigabyte cards are getting discontinued. Like the 5060 Ti and the 5070 Ti, which are both the 16 gig variants, are getting discontinued. So if you want 16 gigs, it seems like the only option is going to be the 5080. They said that's not true. Yeah, it was super hazy because there was so much back and forth of yes, no, yeah. It's like, oh my god. How much did I say I'm selling it for? I want to sell it for 1800 Canadian. If you live in the US, it's not that great of a deal. But here in Canada, they are annoying to get your hands on. Let's see, what is that? That's about $1,300 US. And I'm pretty sure if I went to, like, let's see, Amazon.com, Asus 5080, OC Gaming, or Tough, OC Gaming, let's see. Yeah, practically the exact same price. You can order it right now. The thing about this card, too, is I was doing some research into the warranty. I didn't register the Asus card, so you can actually... Ooh! Look, chat. Da-da-da-da! Deck Prion, my first one. What was I going to say? Oh, warranty. There's a 3-year manufacturer warranty, and since I didn't register it yet, you can still... The buyer of the card can still register the card. But you have to register it based on the serial number. And I'm not going to give them my receipt. It has too much of my personal information on it. But if they want to register the card, they can still do it based off the serial number. And it will... The warranty will be based off the manufacturer date, not the purchase date instead. So they'll still have like a 2-year warranty on it approximately. Whoever buys it, right? I'm kind of interested, but I got to make sure my wife won't castrate me. Tell you what, Joey, for you two, I'll drop it $100. Why am I selling it? This is why, because I have a 5090. I managed to get a good deal on a 5090, and I wanted to get a 5090 for a while. And with all the recent news about memory shortages and Nvidia pushing more towards AI versus consumer gaming, it looks like these cards are just going to go up in price, not down. So I replaced my 5080 with a 5090. So I'd like to be able to recoup some of the cost. Yeah, it is kind of scary right now, right? With how expensive everything's getting. Surely the bubble will pop. You know what's crazy, Joey, is I've hoped that, right? When I had my I had a 1080, and when the 20 series came out, I typically wanted to skip a generation, so I wasn't too worried about getting a 20 series. And then the 30 series came out, and the 30 series was a giant jump in price. But it was also, the 30 series was a pretty significant performance bump. It definitely wasn't proportional, but I was like, ugh. Good speeds, but goddamn, that's way more expensive. And then I was like, oh, surely it'll get better with the 40 series. And then, surely it'll get better with the 50 series. I feel like now it's 5 generations saying, yeah, pricing will get better, and it just keeps getting fucking worse. It keeps fucking getting worse. That was one of the main reasons why I really wanted to get this 5090, because I'm really hoping this 5090 will last me maybe not a decade, but if it can get me close to a decade, that'll be I'll consider that a huge win. A decade's probably really pushing it, though, in terms of technology and the way it advances. Nice, Beefy. Yeah, I had a 3080 Ti. That was an awesome card. It was a big upgrade over my I ended up having a 2070 Super because my 1080 that I had, it ended up dying 2 weeks before the warranty ran out. Thank fucking God for that. So I R-made it with our EVGA, and because they had no more 3080 Ti's, they sent me a 2070 Super as a replacement, which was a minor upgrade. Basically the same now. And then I rolled with the 2070 Super for quite a while until I got the 3080 Ti. I got the 3080 Ti because there was like a really good EVGA sale. They were having an anniversary sale. I even got a t-shirt with it too. But there was a really good EVGA sale, and I managed to get the 3080 Ti, a 1300 watt power supply, and a 120 hertz capture card, which I still used at the time. I don't use anymore. All for, it was like $1,100. It was a great deal. Oh, I keep forgetting to get my new house buff. Yeah. Oh, it's massive. How just a little bit, like having 10% extra power on your processor doesn't sound like much, but when you're in situations where your processor is the bottleneck, that 10% goes a long way. It definitely doesn't feel like 10%. Between like another reason why I really wanted the 5090 is I have my GPU doing the encoding for the stream now, which is way better than having a dual PC setup. But on top of that, you know, my GPU's handling my game. It's handling the webcam here, right? Like, this isn't a green screen. This is just the GPU handling it. All of these things are taxing. And the 5090, not only, compared to my 3080, which had one encoder on it that was weaker, the 5080 had two that were stronger, and the 5090 has 3 encoders. And each encoding chip can handle, like, a dozen tasks or something. I can't remember the exact number, but like doing a good amount of things at once. So the 5090, even though like in terms of gaming performance, it's a minor upgrade over my 5080. I mean, I shouldn't say it's a minor upgrade. It's actually kind of massive, but the real benefit comes with those other tasks, having those extra encoder chips that are stronger. When I said that it's a little bit better than my 5080, I was for some reason comparing the 5090 versus the 4090, not the 5090 versus the 5080. The 90s cards are almost always better than the previous, like even the 4090, right? Like the 4090 is pretty dang close to the 5090. The main area where it loses a lot is like with those encoder chips, right? But in regards to the actual performance of the card for gaming, they're very close to each other. So like if you have a 4090, you obviously don't really feel that obligated to get a 5090 right now. And even the next generation of cards, the 60 series, like you might consider a 6090, but you'll probably be perfectly fine using yours versus a like what a 6080 will be, right? So it probably won't be until like the 7th generation cards where you're truly considering, or the 70 series cards where you're truly considering upgrading. So I'm hoping the 5090 will follow the same trend, especially when you take into consideration that the 60 series cards have already been pushed back too, right? They've already said that the 60 series isn't going to come out till late 2027 now. If it ends up becoming 2.5 years instead of every 2 years where they do a new generation, right? Because typically they do a new card and then a year later they do a refresh, right? Where they add like the supers and stuff. But if it ends up just being like 2.5 years, by the time the 3rd generation comes along, that might be a 7.5 year cycle. Also, the 5090, because of those extra encoding chips, they're really good at encoding like H.265 and AV1. I am really hoping that Twitch eventually just allows us to use a stronger encoder. Let me put extra load on my GPU. Because AV1 encoding is so much more efficient than H.264, which is currently being used. You can get so much more quality. An AV1 stream at a 4K bitrate is about the same as an X264 stream at a 6K bitrate. And a ton of people stream at 6K. Partners can stream at 8K, so it would be like the equivalent. I could stream at 5K with AV1 and have the same quality I have now, approximately. So just imagine if I streamed at the same... Imagine if I streamed at the same 8K, but with AV1. That'd be like the equivalent of streaming at nearly a 12K bitrate. The amount of quality would be huge. Yeah, I think that's the main reason, Dayland, why we haven't seen Twitch adopt it yet. Is because of accessibility, right? If someone's device doesn't have the proper decoders, then it becomes significantly more... I guess it would be codecs, right? It'd be significantly less efficient, to decode the streams, or just incapable of it, right? A lot of it is battery life. Well, it's not bandwidth when it comes to encoding. That's why I'm talking specifically about this, right? Because it's my processor, my GPU, able to use the same amount of data, the exact same amount of data, but be more efficient with it because it's a newer encoder. Like I said, I could get a 12K bitrate quality, but still stream at 8K bitrate, like I am now. So it doesn't increase the bandwidth at all that Twitch would have to deal with. BA1 GM buff? That's a good idea. Perfect timing. No. Once again, that's not true. Because the encoding is happening on my end, and the decoding is happening on your end. Twitch is just a relay. Now, there's transcoding that happens. So, like, I'm streaming at a native 1080p right now, and Twitch offers transcoding at 720p, 480p, and whatnot, and they provide the lower qualities. But on Twitch, and this is something I think they should do, they have this thing called Twitch Enhanced Broadcasting, which allows me to encode those myself. And then Twitch doesn't do anything. They're just a relay. And I think if they want more people to do that, because that obviously saves them money not having to have the hardware to transcode the streams. they should say, well, if you're willing to do it, we'll give you a larger cut, right? Because right now I get a portion of the ad revenue, and it's like a 50-50 split, basically. But if I start doing all the transcoding and all the encoding on my end and make it more efficient for the same bit rate, they should offer me a higher kickback. If they ever did that, you'd see a ton of people start using Twitch Enhanced Broadcasting. But right now, Twitch Enhanced Broadcasting, I mean, it's still in its early stages. It's kind of buggy. Like, one of the main reasons why I don't use it is because I'm multi-streaming. It's not that much of an issue, but I'd have to encode. So right now, with my multi-stream, right? My GPU encodes the stream and then just sends that same thing 3 different directions. Where if I wanted to multi-stream and let's say stream at a 20K bit rate and 2K to YouTube, 1080p, 6K to Kick, and let's say 8K and 2K quality stream to Kick, to YouTube, or Twitch, sorry, final last one. So if I wanted to do 3 different qualities, I have to encode 3 different streams, and that becomes significantly more taxing on my GPU. But if I just do one quality and send it to all 3, my GPU, it's the same. It's just my network traffic that's picking up more on my end. But Kick isn't picking it up. Twitch isn't picking up that extra traffic. YouTube isn't picking it up. It'd be the same from their perspective. It's like I'm only streaming to them, right? Yeah, let's go. You said BA1, right? So I think if they want to incentivize people to use Twitch Enhanced Broadcasting, if they said, if you use Twitch, because we don't have to do transcoding, if you use Twitch Enhanced Broadcasting, we'll give you a 60-40 split instead, that would go a huge way. Because that's a 20% raise, right? If all of a sudden I start making 10% more on ad revenue, that's 10% on top of 50, not 10% of 100, right? I go from 50% revenue to 60%, which is a 20% proportionally, right? A 20% proportional increase. I'll gladly take a 20% raise. Alex Stone patch out? It is, yes. See, brand new Alex Stone. There we go. Got our buffs. What did you tap yours to? Splendid? Mine was already splendid. I failed my shining clicks. My 4 wonderful shining clicks. I wish I had only done 3. And then I could be up. But, it is what it is. I'll just piss and moan about it for the next couple months until I forget about it. I'm sure you guys will help me not forget about it. You guys are great for that. Now, if it was something that was good that happened to me, you guys would let me forget about it tomorrow. But when it's something that I'm upset about, yeah, you guys will never let me forget about it. How's my drop right now? Still good. You remind me about my Sage buffs? Streamer Despairs plus 1 AP. Yeah. It's 250? The pity is 250, yes. 4 clicks every 5 days with 250 pities. Which means it takes approximately a bit more than 300 days if you stay on top of your riffs to pity it. And I think it's approximately, it's just under 200 days if you hit average luck. So if you hit average luck, if it's 200 days, right, that's effectively 50 cycles at what, 10 bill a cycle? Or no, is it 12 bill a cycle for clicks? Just 5 tap it? What's the problem? That's what I'm hoping for. That's the plan next week. That is absolutely the plan. Just get it. Duh. It's easy. The thing is, if I hit it, it's going to the market. It's going to sit on the market until it drops down to like 2 bill. Or 2.5 bill. I don't know if I'd sell it for under 2.5. Because once you factor in the tax and stuff that I would get hit on it, I'd rather keep it at that point. But I'd let that sit shit till about 2.5. Bill? Did I say bill? Yeah, I meant trillion. My bad. Sorry. That's my 2025 brain thinking in the billions. I keep forgetting. I gotta think in the trillions. That reminds me of the days when Bong, the OG Bong, was still playing BDO. And the first time I tuned into his stream and he was enhancing for Pen Crescents. And he had 6 billion silver in his inventory. People were losing their minds. They're like, how does he have so much silver? It's insane. 6 trillion right now is like... Yeah, 6 billion then is probably the equivalent of somebody having like 6 trillion now. His enhancing streams are fantastic, man. Oh my god, he was an absolute treat. I don't know whatever happened to Bong. He was so fun to watch. I still remember one time Mac rated him. And like Bong, every time he got a follow, he'd be like, thank you, follow. Thank you, follow. Thank you, follow. And then Mac rated him. And like everybody started following him. He's like, thank you, follow. Thank you, follow. No, thank you, follow. Stop follow. He started getting mad. He got so fucking tired of saying it. Oh, fuck, man. Good times. Good fucking times. Oh, you're talking about Dark Crusader? Is that a Dark Crusade or Dark Crusader? Something like that. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if I ever remember him being angry. Maybe you just tuned in into a streamer or something, and he was just angry that day. Like, there's probably some people who pop into my stream when I'm going on a little rant about time gates that think that I'm angry. And then they probably leave the stream and don't come back, and, you know, they're like, oh, he's just angry. He's just an angry streamer. It's like, well, you know, everybody's angry once in a while. Where's your Oct Armor? I thought you played BDO 12 hours a day. Yeah, I'm just a little gearlet out here. I got one. I just have a set. Or, I don't even have a SEP, I mean. I'm still stuck with 1 hex. The world's angriest Canadian, yeah. And ironically, being the angriest Canadian is actually being the most polite American. How the fuck? You pity everything? It's been bad, Bone. Norelio basically outgears me these days. It's crazy. It's funny, because everybody's getting a Resplendent Stone now. Or, sorry, like, a lot of people who are at the high end are going to have Splendid Stones in pretty short time. Like, probably by, like, the end of February. Anybody that's in a Siege Guild will all probably have Splendid Stones. But they still won't have the same benefit that I had. Because not only are they going to have more attack speed, but everybody they're fighting is going to have more attack speed, so it kind of cancels each other out. Where I got to experience how many years of having that attack speed when people didn't have it. Thanks, Dragor. Dragor, I really love how we have a perfectly enjoyable conversation, as soon as your stupid ass comes back around, like, my blood pressure's already fucking back up. It takes 2 fucking messages. Sometimes I wonder, you'd find out really quickly how I feel about everybody if I had like a heart rate monitor on me. There's just certain names you'd see me get like an eye tracker and a heart rate monitor. And you would legit just see the tracker go to Dragor's name, and then you'd see the heart rate start to increase. Oh, fuck. When's the Duke's Dragor rematch? Apparently Monday. Dragor's dragging it out. Maybe that's where the drag comes from. That drag. Drag or drag? Yeah, he's dragging it out. Look at that. Living up to his name. Dukes was ready day 1. But yeah, Monday. Monday it's going down. He was already making excuses about not practicing on Warrior. Oh. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, I think he has the most reasonable ultimate excuse. Seraph is just better Warrior. Seraph is like Warrior that gets all of its cores for free. Imagine if they just gave Warrior all of its cores. That'd be Seraph. Well, you got to be careful now, Dragor. You're putting yourself in a very weird position. This is a weird position that I've criticized people for as well in the past, other people. You're feeling real confident because you're on that meta class right now, but it's not going to stay meta. So now you could potentially push yourself into this situation where if you want to maintain this superiority you feel like you have, you're going to have to constantly stay meta. Otherwise, when you fall out of meta, all of this is going to come back and haunt you. This is the trap that you see a lot of meta chasers fall into, is they go around talking a lot of shit, and then, not saying you specifically are talking a lot of shit, but they like, these meta chasers will talk a lot of shit. They feel real good because they're on a strong class, and then when their class falls out of meta, these people are going to come back around, and that means that they have to find the new meta if they want to maintain this. Otherwise, that whiplash, right? When your class falls out of meta and then you get to see where you're really at, that's a tough pill to swallow. That's why he made such a big deal about beating me that time on stream. Well, to be fair to him, you should have won that. Awakened Sage is definitely favored in that matchup. Ugh. Yeah, you have a lot more to lose in this situation, though. I think you are expected to win. And if you lose while being on the stronger class a second time, I don't think a lot of people are going to really say much if you win this. They're going to be like, oh yeah, kind of to be expected. But if you lose... Is there some beef? Not beef. Just a fun little rivalry between Dragor and Dukes that I like to try to stoke the fire a little bit. How does this guy spawn in all the time? Dragor, the exact same way you spawn in all the time, the second I say your name. Because you guys are just lurking and chilling. And then all of a sudden you hear your name and you're like, oh. Ooh, 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 dire. Ooh. What'd you guys do to Dodomir? I don't know. Dodomir just disappeared. He came in like a hurricane and he disappeared. Like a hurricane? I don't know. I didn't think that through. What disappears real quickly? Do hurricanes disappear quickly? I don't know. Oh, let's get a new house buff. Tornadoes? Hey, there we go. Yeah, showed up like a tornado, disappeared like a tornado. They kind of appear abruptly and disappear abruptly. That was a much better analogy. You guys ever wonder if a hurricane is just maybe a really large tornado? Because when you think about it, they're just wind that's spinning, but a hurricane is fucking massive, where a tornado is very localized. Hurricanes have water, tornadoes don't. Then why is a tornado that's over the water called a water spout instead of a hurricane then? You think you're so smart? Answer this, wise guy. Hurricanes start over water. But I'm pretty sure if a tornado starts over water, it's still called a water spout. Let's see. What is a tornado over water? I'm pretty sure it's called a water spout. Yeah, water spout. Does a water spout spawn over water? Yes, a water spout spawns over water. There you go. So there you go. There's no difference there then. It's got to be something else. What? AI knew what I was talking about. Wait, tornadoes are skinnier than hurricanes? No way. No way. You guys hear this guy? I think you missed the initial question, Carl. But yeah. If Dukes has infinite serves to practice with, and I can't find a single warrior in the BA. The thing is, though, do you need to practice against warriors? You've been fighting warriors since the release of this game. By this point, you should have a good idea of, like, what they do. Where him in the case of Seraph is new enough that it's not like he has years of experience to reflect back upon, right? That's one thing, right? Like, some people will be like, oh my god, I hate it. They keep making these, and don't get me wrong, maybe this is obviously part of it. But people will say, yeah, they're making newer classes easier and easier. Look, like, I heard somebody say, look at Liger. He hopped on Seraph, and he's already banging on it. Look, Seraph must be so easy. It's like, or Liger's been playing the game for 10 years, and all the knowledge he's accumulated about every other class in the game can be applied to playing Seraph. It's like all of a sudden, it's like they think that the second you start a new class, all of a sudden you forget everything about all the classes you've been fighting. It's like, no, you still have the majority of the puzzle done. You just need to figure out where this new piece fits in that giant puzzle. What about Skip on Sarah? Just saying, Skip is a fantastic guy. That's it. He's a fantastic guy. He's fun to be around. Yeah. And that's what I try to explain people. Like, these really exceptional players in the BDO community, it's not like individual classes are hard. It's the collection of knowledge you need to accumulate about all of the matchups. Knowing how each class is going to try to approach you, how they're going to catch you, what their protections are. So when they add a new class to the game and you're fighting it, they're able to retain all that knowledge. They already know what your class is going to do. They just got to figure out where their class fits into all of this knowledge. Where you don't know where the protections are, like in the case of Seraph, right? If you're fighting a day one, you don't know where the protections are, you don't know where the gaps are, you don't know how it's going to move or like how effective its movements are, you don't know what its stamina looks like. Everything is completely brand new, and you have to, sure, you know how to play your class, but you haven't developed a strategy for fighting that class yet. But like when you spend a lot of time fighting another class on any class, you know, you might notice, oh, okay, that ability's pure super armor. So when all of a sudden you hop on a new class, you know that that's just a super armor. You know what abilities do good damage, you know what abilities are unprotected. All that knowledge carries over to your new class. If you have nothing to gain from beating Dukes, what's the point? Well, you still get to shit talk. Right? Remember, a win's a win. I'm just saying, it's not that you have nothing to gain, it's that you have a lot more to lose. But a win's still a win. Whether you win by an inch or you win by a mile. Beefy. I heard it's all about the motion in the ocean. Have you tried going out and trying it on a boat? Wait, what combat? Wait, who's who in that analogy? Seraph versus Warrior? Oh, okay. You're referring to the classes specifically, not the players. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Dragor, yeah. This is what I'm running. Oh, motherboard? MSI Tomahawk something or another. I can't remember the exact model number. I should put, in the case of symmetry, it's the 9950 X30. I should put the 5090 RTX. Just so it's the exact same amount of characters. I would find that very satisfying. I love symmetry. I love symmetry. Actually, let me correct that. I hate when things are unsymmetrical. It's not that I love symmetry, it's just when shit looks lopsided, it just irks me. Especially if it can be symmetrical, and it just isn't. I think they have a phrase for that. Like OCD, oversized cock disorder or something? Something like that. Yo, what's up, Triple D's Punisher? Excited for Siege? Sounds like a banger. I haven't, I saw the notice that there might be a fight tonight, but I don't know any specifics about it. It'll be like the first time I get to take my 5090 for a real spin. I mean, typically, sieges are generally castle owner gets zerged out, and then the remaining guilds get to have a fight. That's typically how siege works, so I just expect to get zerged out. Whenever I'm sitting in a castle and I hear there's a fight, it's like, oh, okay, we're getting zerged. There's such thing as called like itchy eyebrow syndrome. I swear my eyebrows are always so fucking itchy. Maybe I just need to use more moisturizer or something. Do you guys moisturize your face? I don't. I probably should. How are they itchy? They aren't there? I know. I got very thin eyebrows. But then I have like... In the past, I've been told I almost look like I wear mascara because of my eyelashes. Maybe not so much these days. Old man syndrome, maybe. Your new glasses? You getting the big round ones so you could look like every single Korean dev? Go for that Harry Potter look? Am I going to reclaim my Sakurai throne when it drops? Probably not. I don't have high expectations of the spot. I hope it's an enjoyable spot. Oh, shit. I want to do something real quick, chat. Let's see. Where is it? Let's see, 105 from a try to 250. So yeah, 135. Wait, did I say 25? A 145 mastery increase. Ooh wee. Ooh wee, chat. Who the fuck we? Screen type shit? Yeah, you guys don't get to see. Whenever I see like two people duking it out trying to sell their preons, I'll see if I can snag in there and put up a min order. Oh no, failed to connect. What the fuck? Try to swap characters. Now I'm getting DC'd, getting kicked out of the game, getting banned. Actually, I'm going to try something. There we go. This emote goes perfect with this song right now. Where's the screaming cat emote? Would I get my stone too? It's still splendid. Yeah, I started with a splendid. I got fucked because I combined it. I wanted to see if you could actually enhance it while it's combined, because on Global Lab you couldn't. And then I did my 4 clicks and realized I couldn't extract it and couldn't sell it, because I actually wanted to sell it and make some fucking money. What you need money for? To have more money? Duh. Obviously. See number go up. True. That's a big fucking true right there. Thanks for rubbing my nose in it, by the way. I appreciate that. I feel like Biceptimus tried to pawn his luck off on me, but instead of pawning it off, it just duplicated it. He recruited me. Alright, it's all about to turn around next week when I tap my Shining Stone. Yeah. Oh my goodness. That's gonna be the best timeline ever, Multi. It's gonna be fate. Not that we fucked up, but the universe was protecting us for making the real mistake, which would be not tapping our Shinings and making 5 trillion. You're gonna catch my time gated ass soon? That's, you know what's funny about that, Dragor? This is what I'm talking about. There's a lot of people when I talk about time gates and my annoyance with it, they're like, oh, well, I'm not time gated. I'm like, well, you know, this is a trend that Pearl Abyss seems to be going down. It might not affect you now, but you're speeding towards the existing time gate, and this might just be the future, so. Just because it doesn't affect you now doesn't mean it's not going to affect you in the future. What future? Damn. They might have a hotline if you're thinking like that. I'm sure there's a hotline you can call. Somebody to talk to. Yeah. Well, the price of housing and wages struggling to, not even struggling, failing to keep up. Most people, most reasonable people don't want to start a family until they get settled and own a house and can afford to get married. But these days, by the time you own a house, you're going to be 40. It's going to be past the time to start a family. And that's kind of fucked up. Oh yeah, I know how you feel, Drago. And there's lots of people like that, right? Because they can't or are unwilling to put in the effort. They feel like other people should just be not allowed to put in the effort. It just is what it is. That's not something that just is a BDO exclusive thing. That's out in the world too. Those things are mutually exclusive, Dragor. Yeah. Hone's smart. That's where the real money is. If you really want to start generating, potentially generating generational wealth, real estate is the way to do it. Because of not only do you have something that, you know, as you own it, you're paying it down and you owe less on it, but it's also accumulating in value. It's not depreciating, right? And there's obviously exceptions where maybe that happens, but in most cases it doesn't. And then you can also leverage those properties to take more loans so you pay more taxes. Sorry, you pay less taxes, I mean. You leverage loans on the equity that you've made, pay less taxes at the same time, and then you let that shit snowball. You just start picking up more properties and doing that. More and more and more and more. Chinese tariffs are getting lifted. Lobster prices are going back up. Yeah, canola tariffs as well. I wasn't a fan of the verbiage that Carney used when talking about that deal. It looks like he's kind of getting bent over. But Carney kind of looking like a cuck. But that doesn't change the fact that some of those deals are good. I mean, you got to give credit where credit is due. What EV you getting? Yeah. I have no interest in an electric vehicle. Not yet. Maybe as the technology comes along. Yeah. Basically, you get properties and you rent out the properties. The people renting the property, you get them, you know, effectively that rent goes back into paying for the property. And then as 10 years goes on, right, you now have 10 years of payments that has reduced your how much you owe on the property, and at the same time, the value of the property has gone up. So now, like, that gap is increasing like this, right? So now you have a bunch of equity you built up on a property, and you can now take a loan in the bank against that property, from the bank against that property, which then, the loan from the bank doesn't count as income. So you don't get taxed on it. And then you use that loan to buy a new property. And then now you have two properties that are doing that, right? And you just do it over and over and over again. That's why, what is that company? BlackRock is just doing that non-fucking stop and just sucking up all the property. Yep, that's what it is, right? Equity is, in a sense of, just think about it. If you sold the property and paid off the rest of the loan, how much money would you be left over with? That's your equity on the property. So, like, if you had a property that was worth $150,000 and you owed $100,000 on it, that means you have $50,000 worth of equity in it. And then if you wait, like, let's say 10 years, and now you only owe $75,000 on the property, but now the property's worth $250,000, now you, in 10 years, you've generated $175,000 worth of equity. But you've only paid $75,000 of it, right? And the other $100,000 was through appreciation. Neptune's is rent-free in a lot of heads. Yep. Yeah, exactly, Spanx. Just, you know, obviously there's a lot more nuance to it, and obviously you got, like, interest rates and stuff on loans that need to be considered. That's why the bank likes being involved in this, because when you take a loan against your equity, they earn interest off of it. So they make money, you can make money, it keeps your taxes low. I mean, I'm just a guy who sits here playing BDO 6 hours a day, so I don't know if I would take everything I say as if that's all there is to know about it. Definitely go looking into it. There's obviously a lot more nuance to it, but yeah, investing in property, becoming a landowner is a good way to retire. And the nice thing about those properties, too, when you do retire and stop working, they can still generate revenue for you, right? By the time you retire, some of those properties might be paid off. Just one of the biggest things with property ownership is as soon as you sell a property, that now counts as income and you get taxed on it, right? That's why how these things work is they don't sell the property. They take a loan against the equity, because then it doesn't count as income. And that probably, I'm sure that changes depending on where you live. There might be some regions that are a little bit more. This is also one of the main reasons. What was that big thing that was being talked about, especially around election time, about fucking property ownership and wanting to tax people on capital gains? Right? That's one of the main reasons why there's a lot of people who are trying to push for capital gains taxes. Yep, when it's paid off, yeah, if you don't sell it, then the money, you know, obviously some money goes into maintaining the property, but anything that's left over is just income. But there's obviously a bunch of things you have to pay for. You're going to have to pay for insurance and stuff on the property, especially if other people are living in it. You're obviously going to want to try to vet the people that live in your property. Make sure that, you know, they're not going to all of a sudden start freeloading on you, because evicting people from a property can be a real chore depending on where you live, and a very lengthy and very expensive process. And then even that aside, right? You know, you could have somebody move out of your property and then you find out that they had pets that did like $15,000 worth of damage to the floor and shit. You just hire Asian Andy? Oh my god, I watched that. That shit was so funny. Asian Andy should legit just go around doing that nonstop to all these people who are, what do they call that when you're living in a property that you're not supposed to be living in? There's a whole name for it. I can't think of it, but god damn, that was funny. Squatters, thank you. Yeah, when they're squatting. If you guys haven't seen it, look it up. Watch Asian Andy. Basically, some guy had somebody squatting in his residence and he couldn't get them out. And you can't just call the police and have them kick out. It's something that has to be done in the courts, and it's a very lengthy process. So when the cops show up to the door, they can show like some of the most minor proof that they own the residence that might suggest they own the residence or be a legit renter. And now the police can't do anything to kick them out. It has to be done in the courts, and that could be a lengthy process, right? You now have somebody who's in your house that refuses to leave. You still have to pay property tax on it. You still have to pay insurance on it. You obviously still want to pay some of the utilities like heat and stuff, depending on where you live, because you don't want the pipes and stuff freezing and bursting, because that could be a whole plethora of problems. Now all of a sudden, you know, you got this property that's just siphoning money out of your bank account, and you're waiting on the court. So if this takes like 6 months to a year, like that could be a lot of money out of your pocket. And yeah, they are absolute fucking scumbags. 1000%. That's such a fucked up thing to do. So yeah, there was a house where this was happening, and Asian Andy, who's he used to do a lot of sleep streams and stuff. Well, he went in there, and right, there's nothing saying that he can't go in there. So he went in there and he would just be playing music, completely cranked up, farting, like just basically being the absolute worst roommate you could ever think of, trying to get this person to leave. Did he shit in a bucket in the living room? I wouldn't be surprised. I don't remember him doing that, but some of it was edited out, right? It was obviously cut a bit. He'd be in the middle of the night, he would just start banging on their bedroom door. Like, watch the videos, it's funny. It is cinema. Yeah, yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, if the person has a felony, they can't actually live in a house that has weapons. So you just get somebody to move in with a weapon, and it's gonna force them to leave. Otherwise, they're breaching, and they can go to jail. You can't just wait for those people to leave the residence and move their shit out. No, you're not allowed to do that. You can't change locks and shit with their stuff in there either. It's like, it's fucked up. You can get in trouble. The homeowner, you can get in trouble for doing that. Because you got to prove to the courts that they are not a legit tenant. Until then, they're treated as if they're a legit tenant. A 2x4 on the outside door so they couldn't get out? That sounds illegal. What if there was a fire? Regarding squatting and non-payment of rent, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Because as soon as, right, if you have a squatter in your residence and the police show up, they're going to ask for proof of residence. And all they have to do is show mail with that address and that shit coming to that address and with their name on it. Now it's got to go to the courts. I couldn't imagine, though. Could you imagine? Like, this has happened to people where you go on vacation for like 2 weeks and you come back and there's someone living in your house and you can't kick them out. Like, that is fucking wild to me. That can happen to people. Depending on where you live. I'm sure some places it's a lot easier to manage, but some places it looks like you're just kind of fucked. And in some cases, the original owners will just try to pay them to leave. To be like, hey, can I give you $10,000 today and you just leave? Because it's cheaper than it being dragged out a year, right? Just giving them 10 grand is cheaper than it just being dragged out for a whole year. I think my wife's making coffee. I smell coffee and it smells delicious. You're coming to my house, get ready. Yeah, you better be careful. There's dildos hidden everywhere. You're gonna slip and fall and regret it. They have to have been there for a while to be considered a squatter. It mostly happens to vacant buildings. Yeah, because you have to have that proof of residence, which isn't going to happen overnight, right? But that's the thing is, like, for example, if all of a sudden you see a property, there's nobody there, and you don't own it, you go in there, you find some way to get a hold of the telephone company to come and hook up a telephone for you. And then you got to wait a week for the telephone company to show up. The telephone company shows up. They set it up, you set up the payment, and then they start sending mail to you, to that residence for the phone. Now all of a sudden you have proof of residence, right? that you pay for the phone that's for this property, but it's going to take a while to get all of that shit happening. You know, usually a couple or a few weeks. Maybe like companies like this, like telephone companies and internet companies and stuff like that, are being used for this. Maybe you should have to provide a proof of residence to them before they'll come and hook it up, right? Maybe there needs to be something like that. Oh, I was just saying, I think I smell coffee. That sounds great right now. Actually, you know what? I might come up and get a little bit of cream and sugar in that. I've had enough black coffee today. I feel like something a little more dessert-like. Okay, I'm back. What's going on, chat? What y'all doing? Time to make trillions of silver. I can't believe one deck Prion gives so much mastery. I did not expect it to be so much. You buying a full deck set of Prion? I am, but I'm not gonna rush it. Loot scroll? Oh, appreciate you. I'm not going to rush it. If I can get good deals and get them at like min price, then I'll do it. But I'm not in a hurry. It just enhances my fishing and the occasional horse training and stuff. But it is something that's. Oh, look at this. This fucking guy is like, he sees me buy one deck Prion and he starts clicking and getting it. I hate this Kajara guide. Yeah. There really isn't haze. There really isn't any reason. It's more just OCD, really. For completionist reasons. Gives me something to work on, right? Future proofing, right? Yeah. I mean, if they're not going to let me have other goals that I can work on, then I might as well, try to make some goals. Who knows, maybe one day there'll be a whole bunch of really awesome life skilling updates and I'll be super happy I had it. Oh my god, and he hit another one. Make sure you use code Zethiann for those crons. I don't remember Renetics. That'd be something like that'd be cool. Yeah. What was your big purchase, Dragar? Was it 1,000 A-coins for the fishing rod? And you were tapped? You misspelled it on purpose? Oh. Do I even want to know how you misspelled it? Oh, of course. Yeah, of course. It just makes sense. It's annoying that if somebody mistypes it, it doesn't give an error being like, invalid code. If you guys accidentally just put one N, I just don't get credit. That's it. I need to figure out why that emote doesn't work on the on-screen chat, though. I think it's another thing I need to put in a list. I need to do the media share and maybe update the on-screen chat with a different one. Yeah. I think it's kind of extra ironic for them. Because me having nothing to do, nothing to work on, actively work on, is because I've already worked on it, right? I've already done the legwork to get it. But in that case, they paid to avoid the legwork for it. If they wanted to extend the gameplay experience, they could have avoided paying, and then they would have more to work on. But, I mean, to each their own. I don't think there's anything wrong with swiping in general. That's why I think that, like, Perlibis should lean more into swiping for cosmetics. Have some really crazy things, really cool things for your manor, for your horse mounts, for making your weapon glows super cool. Like, I don't care if somebody else wants to drop 10 grand just to make their boat look cool. To each their own. I would never do that, but I have no issue with them wanting to do that, right? I think one thing about cool looking things that you swipe for example, is they retain their value better. When you swipe for progression, I feel like it's a non-stop, like, depreciation that's going on. Because as soon as they add a new item, all the money you spent swiping for that item now loses so much value, and now you gotta start over on the brand new item. Where if you have, like, a really cool effect that you pay for, like, you can wear that forever, right? No matter how much new progression they add to it. Or's armor? It's okay. Yeah. It's definitely not a bad outfit. But I feel like Or's armor would be a heck of a lot cooler if it was more rare and more difficult to get. I think items like that are cooler the rarer they are. And a way to add more rarity too, in my opinion, it doesn't even have to be rarity that people have it or not. It's more so rarity, are people wearing it or not, right? Because when you have a cool looking outfit but everybody else is wearing it, it doesn't feel so cool anymore. But if you had so many different outfits, like if there was like hundreds of different grindable outfits out there, and you know, you're very rarely seeing somebody wear the same one, then it becomes cool again, right? Even though they all might own it. You make unique outfits only. Dragor, how do you feel about that? Oh, my farms are ready again. Oh, we're very early in this cycle. I feel like I just did my farms.
Have you ever had a dream that you could don't do skid you don't do skid you want
Earlier today.
you could don't do
One second, I'll wait for this to finish so I'm not feeling like I'm yelling over it.
Always a good stream when we get 3D Zeth.
Yo, what's up, Techo? Thank you very much for the sub, man. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day. Earlier, I was looking at the time, and it was somewhere between 12 to 13 minutes between Beelzebubs. Like, from when I started the frog phase to when I was starting the next... Sorry, when I was starting the whole cycle and I was starting the next one. So, we extrapolate on that. If it took 13 minutes, 13 times 4 is 52. So that leaves 8 minutes left over. So it looked like I was doing about 4 frogs, and I was about 2/3 the way to a 5th frog. Right? Because if I had 8 minutes left over and it takes me 13 minutes for a full cycle, that's almost 66% of the way to the 5th one. Since when did Herald sit in the market? On EU, quite a while. On NA, just started probably the last week or so. This is an old BDO player. This guy had, if I'm not mistaken, he used to stream. I don't know if he still streams, but he used to have similar monster kills as I did. Oh my god, this is the second time. Can't swap characters, apparently. I'm at like 25 million. Yeah. That'd be kind of cool. I have a feeling that those Gyphon grinders, the guys who are pushing like level 70, 71, 72, and have lived at Gyphon, probably have way more kills than me. Because you're killing, because of the, what do they call those? The traces or fragments of despair? You're getting way more mobs an hour because of those. And those guys are grinding, I swear, 12, 16 hours a day. I wouldn't be surprised if some of those guys are probably crossing like 40 million kills. But yeah, let's see what I'm at. I think I was at 25 or pretty close to it last I checked. Oh, it looks like I've passed it just recently. And 100 million loot. Look at the weight. It's in the negatives. Apparently I'm lifting y'all up. Oh my god, another Octprion. How much is that costing you, Kinjar? How many crons have you used so far? Are you tracking it? What's the average cost of making a deck Prion, you guys? Anybody know the math on that? Actually, it's probably on Byrog's sheet, right? He's a life skiller. I'm sure he has that in there. Total, the average is 450 billion. Per piece. Yeah. Well, you probably have super high mastery with that too, right? You, like I said, pushing to Nov or definitely deck, but maybe even Nov is more of just like an OCD thing. Yeah. Where is Life Fame at again? Oh, here. Oh, it's special. This is energy and contribution. I have higher life aim than you? Yeah. Well, you have similar contribution, but you're like maxed out on energy, right? I have a lot of energy that would be easy to get. I'm sure it'd be pretty easy for me to pick up 100 points just by getting some energy. Probably take me a week to get most of it. How much is energy worth? Is it 1-to-1? Knowledge and contribution. 1/10 of knowledge entries plus your contribution. Yeah. So like 1 S grade is like 2 contribution worth of XP. And I'm missing quite a bit of knowledge. I mean, my ecology, I don't know how much this contributes, but my ecology is at 10.6. What's your ecology at? I'm surprised they didn't increase the ecology bonus at the same time. Yeah, there's a lot that I'm missing all over. You're missing 6? Holy. How do you still play? Oh, so he ends up going for Knob anyways. This man says, yeah, I'm not going to push past Oct. And then 2 seconds later, he hits Knob. See, now you messed up. Because now you have 1 Knob and 5 Ox, and it looks weird. Now you messed up. Yeah. Uh-huh. Now you're going to tap 1 to even it back out to where you were, but now you're going to have this insatiable urge to get it all. And then you're going to do a random click for deck and start, before we know it, by the end of 2026, you're going to be full deck Brionne. Just saying, if you're going to do it, you might as well just do it today. You might as well use code Zethiann while it exists. This code isn't going to be around forever. Pet Brionne? Huh? By the way, you guys, you know how I said I was going to try to make some homemade shawarma yesterday? I did that. Turned out really good. I took the chicken. I cut it into small pieces, the chicken thighs, like I said, and then I beat the heck out of it with a mallet until it was really thin. And then I had it just a very quick marinade that I made. And I used white pepper, garlic salt, celery salt, some Old Bay seasoning, paprika, and some MSG. And I just mix it all together, and then oh, and a bit of sugar. I mix it all together, let it sit for like an hour, and then I got my pan blistering hot and cooked them in there so they got nice little crispy edges and stuff on them, all the little pieces of chicken, and then stuck it all in a wrap. It was delicious. Huh? Oh shit. Well, that was fast. I did not expect that to go so quickly. These guys were paying attention. Jeez. That was, I guess, 6 hours. Whoa. You think we have partner meetings? I wish. They don't want to have a meeting with me. No, I don't know any information in that regard. I wish I did. It's pretty easy to see, though. Like, if you open the window, if you take a look at these little icons, right? It shows protections, iframes, CCs, and stuff. Alright. You got down attack, air attack. This is float. This is, oh, I guess air smash. Oh. Yeah, that's a valid point. That does make it kind of annoying when it shows that stuff. Especially when a lot of these things, like, are you really air smashing mobs? Do we really need to know that? It should just show the PvP one. Because that's the thing is, PvP CCs apply in PvE. PvE CCs don't apply in PvP. So that information is primarily relevant to PvP, not PvE. Especially since like 99% of the grind spots, you can't even CC them anyways, so. Yeah, you're right. It's kind of nonsense that it defaults to just showing the PvE side of things. Maybe they should at least just have like a checkbox, right? Have a little box up here where you can check PvP and then all of a sudden it changes all those. Maybe something as simple as that. Dang, I don't know why. I thought that price switched at 2, but yeah, it was 10. It's a shame I missed that tick. I'm going to be kind of annoyed if one sells now. Take some what? 10 minutes of work? Yeah, there's a lot of things that I feel could be characterized that way. Like, for life skillers, this window being neglected as long as it is annoys the heck out of me. We already have, like, 3 more tools that should be added to this wheel. There's also no reason your life skill accessories shouldn't be in there either. The only thing that should be missing from that window is maybe the clothes, but it just feels like laziness that that's neglected. Because that's the biggest thing that's annoying. Sometimes I do want to just put my rod in the water. Sometimes I want to swap and do processing. It's annoying having to move my accessories around. The clothes aren't so bad. I could just keep them in the market and pull them out when I need them, right? But, like, having all the accessories in there, too, it just starts to become cumbersome. They had a lot of issues. I don't remember that. I don't see why there would be issues. That doesn't make any sense to me. If these don't have issues, I would imagine things like this having more issues than Prion. Because these enable or change how you gather and interact with things, right? You didn't see it, chat? You hit another one, didn't you? Wait, did you hit a deck? 5th click? Oh my god. That's it. Time to take it the rest. Now you're really screwed. What do you have? 1 deck, 1 knob, and 4 Ox? Now it's looking real messy. You might as well go full deck. Code Zethiann. That was the knob. Oh yeah, so you won't have the knob. You have 1 deck and 5 Ox. What made you click that one for deck versus going the others for Ox? Just because you... I tell you... What I should do this. For the small price of $2.98. That's a lot of cheddar in your pocket. Yeah. Yeah, I think in general, Oct isn't like super expensive. It's just something that, you know, takes time. Put orders and start selling the Ox? Oh, great. Now I have competition. Oh my god, this is why I never do things on stream. I buy 1 deck, all of a sudden my competition is increased. $3.3K fishing mastery. It's a shame it doesn't, like, mastery should just... Especially for fishing. I understand being careful with mastery being too powerful for things that have commodities, right? You don't want people with low mastery to get completely priced out of life scaling. But in the case of fishing, it's not a competitive market, right? It's not a zero-sum game. Well, you're taking it to the extreme. That's kind of an apples to oranges argument too, because you got to talk about the relative silver, not the specific grind spot. It's not like if you have Tuvala gear, you're making 0 silver either. You can make still quite a bit of silver fresh out of seasons. Especially with all the black stars and stuff they gave you. I imagine you're still making a couple bill an hour. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily about making the silver back. It's about just having goals and enjoying the journey to them. But my point is, Renetics, is if you allow people with really high mastery life skilling to completely price out people with lower mastery, and I'm not talking about like very, very early mastery, I'm talking about up to the mid game. If all of a sudden like people with like, let's say over 3k mastery make it completely unfeasible for anybody who's under 2.5k to ever make any money doing it, then you're effectively gatekeeping life skilling, because that means no matter what, anybody who wants to play the game in life skill will lose money life skilling, and they're now forced to grind until they can get to that competitive point, which I think is bad for the game. You don't want people to be priced out of life skilling. It's good to make it more efficient, right? And there's ways that they could do that, right? You can make life skilling more efficient for people with really high mastery by doing like a thing with Imperials or something like that, right? Imperials are a great tool that I think are heavily underused by Pearl Abyss for creating a nice solid floor price to prevent people from getting priced out of it if you make mastery too. You know, if you made mastery scaled too much that it priced out lower people, instead, just make it so mastery affects the Imperial price, right? So it allows the really high mastery life skillers to still make money, to make more money through Imperials. Is 2.5k mastery not almost free? Depends. It's all about relativity. Compared to, like, for your average BDO player, your BDO player that's been playing for a while, yeah, they would say that shit's easy. But for a new player coming to the game, you know, not everybody views a few months of work as being a very, very quick endeavor. Right? If you tell a new player, let's say there's somebody who wants to come to BDO, and they're interested in life skilling. They don't want to grind, they don't want to PvP, they just want life skill. And then you tell them, oh, you're going to have to life skill at a loss for 3 months, and then you can finally start making silver doing it. People are going to be like, huh? What? Doesn't make any sense. That would gatekeep people out of it. Well, the primary loss is opportunity cost. I'm talking about a literal loss, Renetics. And there's plenty of early life skilling you can do that aren't a literal loss. You are making money. You could be making way more money doing other things. But the primary losses are due to opportunity cost. Oh yeah, every game has their gameplay loop. People in BDO will complain about running circles, but every game has its gameplay loop. Well, that's why I said fishing isn't a zero-sum game. There's no reason for fishing mastery to diminish in value so quickly. Because it's not like something like, for example, with if you had something where you're producing a product for the economy, right? If all of a sudden by having more mastery, it gives you way more extra procs, that allows you to sell at a significantly lower price and still make a profit, which means anybody who's now trying to compete with you can't make a profit at all, period. But fishing doesn't have that. You're handing over the shit to a trader. It's not a zero-sum game. It doesn't how well your mastery performs doesn't negatively affect other people. So there's no reason for it to suffer such a harsh diminishing return. Because, yeah, the difference between somebody with 2,000 mastery or even 1,500 mastery and somebody with 3,000 mastery, in terms of the amount of money they make every night fishing, is minuscule. It's super, super minor. But then you take a look at the amount both the players have invested in it, and it's a night and day difference. Yeah, exactly, Riot. That's why I think Imperials are a great tool, because it can stop people from pricing too low. You're never going to sell something to the market for less than you could just Imperial it for, or vice versa, right? You'll always just do whatever the highest of the two is. So Imperials, I feel like, is a great safety net to make sure that there's always at least some profit from an activity. So when you have these life skillers who are able to get, you know, tons more procs because they have higher mastery, then they can still get their profits without it negatively affecting other people. Both parties still have that floor of profit. So it still allows the higher mastery people to make more money without, you know, if it was purely and only through the economy, right, through player transactions with each other, then yeah, high mastery players could completely squeeze out low mastery players completely out of the market. And then it makes it unfeasible and unenjoyable. You just ordered a 5080? Ooh! Yeah, the order just arrived. I'll have it shipped tomorrow. Which one did you get and how much you pay? If you don't mind me asking. But yeah, fishing doesn't have that at all. Like I said, if your main complaint is how little mastery affects fishing, I'm with you. There is no, like, how you could double the amount of money, triple the efficiency, quadruple the efficiency somebody makes from. I'm not saying they should do it that much, but even if they did, it doesn't negatively affect the next person, right? The Tough OC? Cool. That's the one I had. I absolutely loved it. $1,400 US is a good price, too. Yeah, life skills definitely need to be buffed. Something as simple as just, like I said, have mastery affect your Imperial price, too. I know mastery affects Imperial price already a bit, right? But they could buff it more, maybe have it a little less of diminishing returns on it. They need to make life skilling great again. I miss the early days of BDO when, you know, you'd run past Sheep Mountain and there was people PvPing up there fighting over the sheep, and, you know, you'd see people fishing and going around on boats. You'd have Mau Mau Prince and his army of fishers out testing all the spots and trying to make money. And, you know, you would run through around Zarka Shrine, and there's tons of people trying to get cedar sap. It felt like everywhere you went, there was people gathering stuff. Yeah, it does feel like inflation. Like they're definitely, it felt like they were conservative for a while with the amount of silver being generated. But it definitely feels like they've kind of had a little bit more disregard for it. It seems like these next spots could potentially be a ton of silver. Because this spot is effectively getting a big buff. Although it's not getting buffed through silver, it's getting a buff through commodities, right? Obviously, the new paints are going to be here added to these spots, which is going to increase the value of this spot. But that isn't silver being generated into the economy. Silver being generated into the economy is what drives up inflation. Items that are traded actually drives down inflation. But it still makes this spot more valuable either way, right? Ooh, maybe I could get 2 more ore. This is like my last cycle. And then we're done for the day. Yeah. No, I get it, Renetics. Yeah, something like that too is a great way to make it so mastery improves life skills, but doesn't negatively affect new life skillers. So, yeah. Once again, the premise sounds great. Execution is going to be key. Will it be meaningful? How much is it going to matter? At some point, I got to make sure I get my splendid lifestone back, too. You know what I find kind of ironic? Players rejoiced that they didn't use crons for your Elkstone, but all you do is just run to a completely different vendor instead. The main people who benefit from it not being crons is the life skillers that now, instead of having to sell their sharps, they just use the sharps and keep the tax. Those are the people who benefit the most from the way that this is added now. Because when a life skiller sells a sharp, they gotta value it based off of post-tax, right? Not pre-tax. Where if they use the sharp for their alchemy stone clicks, then the gathering that they've done can be valued pre-tax. I have a lot of concentrated stones saved up right now, too. I have almost 700 of these losers. How much does it take? Doesn't it take multiple of those per click? Doesn't it take crons and multiple of those? Yeah, I should probably sell those. I have no interest in ever enhancing Breon. What do I need to convert these? 50 and, oh, sharps. Oh, that's the fragments too. These aren't fragments. Can I still use these? Oh no, it's gems. Never mind. So that's effectively another... Shit, that's another 500 there. So I have like 1,100 of these things. What is that, 20 bill? Minus what I have to pay for the sharps? Or what I use for sharps? Two sharps per 5, so it would take 1,000 sharps. A 1,000 sharps. 1,000 sharps is half a bill, right? No, that's 5 bill. Maybe it would be even more. Yo. Yo, he just casted that line and caught you real fast. That lure barely hit the water and you fucking grabbed it. Holy shit. He practically fly fishing. You jumped out of the water for that. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, Duck Haze! Run! Run! Give me number 1 to 7. Make it low. Make it low. Make it low. Don't say 7. Three zeros it is. Overworking? Yeah, we're just about done. After this cycle, I'm calling it a day. I'm gonna just relax for a little bit. My daughter's friends are gonna start arriving. I don't really want to be sitting here while they're here. And then in an hour or so, in about an hour, I gotta go do guild bosses, and then right after guild bosses, I'm gonna go pick up the pizza. Yeah. Tell him, Kinjar. No siege? Oh yeah, siege later too. That's later. Oh no! My villa wore off and I instantly get CC'd. Am I out of scrolls? Oh, I am. Damn it. This is gonna be annoying to buy right now. We should almost have a Beelzebub. Oh no, I let that Zephyros freaking reset. Dang it. No! My protection drops for 1 second. Oh wait, I bought the wrong ones. There we go. Got a raw herald? Nice. Where's mine at? For now it is. I wonder how low heralds can get. Okay, chat. I'm gonna head out now. Thank you all for watching today. Here, maybe I'll plant my tent and stock up on these scrolls.
The other ones. Oh, that is this one.
Wait, what? What's this one? Okay, that's Villa. Villa. What's Adventurer's Boon? That's Adventurer's Boon. What is this one? Oh, 2 hours, 3 hours. Duh. It is. I'm gonna buy another 100. Decky, Mirmok, and Gaifen, I'm about to head out. Okay, chat, I'm going to send you over to Idgely, who's hosting a game event right now. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you all have a wonderful day. And we will see you all on Monday. So I won't be streaming tomorrow, but we will see you Monday. Thanks for hanging out. Much love to all of you. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I hope you all have a wonderful evening and weekend.